safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greetings everyone. Very welcome in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have a pair of lions here. My name is Tim. Welcome to your very own Safari Live from the African wilderness. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you coming live from the Masai Mara. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Look at what we have here. A mating pair. The lion to the right, his name is Splitnose or Bob Marley. The female or the lioness there is from the Olololo pride. We are suspecting that she's just begun to mate. Or maybe if not, this is when she is on estrus and are about to mate. Now this male has been around here for quite a while. He is not from this pride. The dominant male for this pride is called Ololache. That collar there was put to her not long ago, about a week ago. This is to track the movement where she covers along this territory, or maybe if she walks out of their game reserve or not. So after the collar has recorded data, it will be removed off by the authority. Look at how beautiful this is. What a big male. Splitnose was chased out of this area by those lionesses not long ago, but soon he became friendly to them. He submitted. They all accommodated her. They welcomed him. So it's about time now we have some new genes that will come in from Splitnose. The rest of the pride is not far from here. We have youngsters from the Olololo pride. And I'm sure if it comes to lions fighting off, when Ololache will come here, I don't know what will happen, but this will be a good story to see. But in the meantime, I think this will happen for the next 4 days. Very warm morning. Look at the sun is bright on their faces. Splitnose look a little bit sleepy. But as we wait here, let's send you to another safari vehicle.
Jumbo, and hello, everybody. Very good, Tom, to have started with that pair of lions. Hopefully, they may be starting to mate and getting a new generation for that Olololo pride. I got some buffaloes here, and you can see what a beautiful morning with a bit of mist in the background there. I'm very close to the marsh area, and I'm sure all of you know the marsh area. Very popular with elephants, and especially my friend, the baby elephant Jasiri. Definitely, team told you we normally love to hear or get questions from you and comments, and you can always do that using hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Well, one more time, jumbo everybody. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. Excellent. Now, we're looking at this huge herd of buffaloes, and we've been counting them, me and Bungay, to find out how many they are. Bungay says 300, and I'm saying 400. The migration is still only the Masai Mara, and what will happen after all the migration is gone, and I'm not talking about my migration cabs the other day. I'm talking of the migration of the wildebeest and the zebras, what will happen is the lions will be left hunting these zebras here, these buffaloes here. Yeah, Bunga, just punch right there. Yeah, something seemed to be moving there. Now, Philip, good. We just said we'll have questions, and you just asked the lifespan of buffaloes. Buffaloes, and these are the African Cape buffaloes that we got here, Philip, got a lifespan of about 25 years, sometimes 26, 27, but they got an average of about 25 years. More or less like the giraffes, the African Cape buffaloes live for about 25 years. Of course, I would imagine in captivity, Philip, they might even go up to 30, where they may get extra care. But here in the wilderness, 25, and they'll always face their own challenges of health. And apparently they also sort themselves. And I'm talking of diseases like foot and mouth. I'm talking of anthrax, which they get just like the cattle. I'm talking of bovine tuberculosis. But you would imagine, Philip, in captivity, if a buffalo has been put in a huge cage, if it gets foot and mouth, you'll get the vet doctors coming and cutting or slicing the hoof that isn't well. Of course, if they would get the TB, they would do some blood tests and most likely pick the TB and give some antibiotics of some sort. Anthrax, the same, like how we treat anthrax to the cows back in the village. But out here, most of them will always make it. But the biggest challenge, I would say, is anthrax and tuberculosis. Unfortunately, we'll always get these buffaloes coming very close to our villages. And if either them or the cattle, there'll be a cross infection from one species to the other. I remember way back, some like 10 years ago near my village, there was one female buffalo that was always seen feeding with the cows. And weeks later, most of the cows were found to have gotten the bovine tuberculosis. And when some post-mortem was done, there was some analysis and conclusions that said most likely the cows picked the bovine tuberculosis from that one buffalo cow. It's a huge male there. And I'm guessing these buffaloes must have spent the night here. They haven't started moving out and being ruminant. They're just chewing cud. See a cattle egret there enjoying the ride. And I'm sure she's looking for some parasites on that particular cow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got other multiple locations this morning, and we'll be taking you to another one.
It's so cool that it's possible to live in a place where buffalo can be in your village with your cattle. Maybe not so cool if you live there and you walk outside and there's a buffalo in your front garden. But to those of us who don't live like that, it's a wonderful thought. Good morning. I hope you're all very well, wherever you happen to find yourselves on planet Earth. My name is James Henry. On camera we have got Niels. Here is his thumb. And here we have got an elephant's bottom to show you. This elephant bull has been standing here for the last 10 minutes or so. He has not deigned to turn around even for a second as we drove up. So intent is he on feeding on his bit of bush willow tree. It looks like a decidedly undelicious way to start the day, but he seems to be pretty satisfied with it. And totally unconcerned and dismissive even of our presence over here. We don't really have a major plan for the morning. There were monkeys shouting quite close to camp, but Andrew's off there looking. We are at Djuma Private Game Reserve, in case you're wondering. And so Andrew's looking around there, and I'll see what else we can find. We'll spend a bit of time with this elephant bull, though, because he's so very relaxed to have us with him. And it's only through spending extended periods with animals that we really start to understand how it is that they function. I think quite often we spend such fleeting times with them. We have a look and we move on. And yeah, that's good and it's fun. But it's difficult to really get a handle and pick up the subtleties of their lives. Thankfully now we have a bit of a side view. A much better view than the one he gave us to begin with. I would have said that he was looking quite skinny, expected at this time of the year, not unhealthy, but perhaps not as robust as he might at the end of the wet season. But I don't think any of the animals here have had a particularly rough dry season. Warren, elephants don't get parasites like ticks nearly as much as many other animals, and apparently that has got to do with the fact that their skin is very thick, and so there's not a lot of vascular tissue close by the surface, and so it's very difficult for a small thing like a tick with its beastly little mouth parts to get into the vascular system and suck blood. And so while they do get ticks, I'm sure, if you look at an elephant like this, you will very seldom see a tick. They probably get up into the softer bits. And I think the folds in the skin also help for some reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know. I'm going to take that back. I'm not sure that that's true at all. I think it's mainly the thickness. They also don't tolerate oxpeckers, or they don't seem to tolerate oxpeckers, although I've never seen an oxpecker try and sit on an elephant. And I think that it's a twofold reason. One, the elephants don't need them, and two, the oxpeckers won't find anything to eat. So you'll never see them on elephants. He's very painstakingly chewing at the bark of these trees, just slowly processing them through his great molars. And what he's eating is not bush willow, sorry, I'm going to take that back. He's eating African wattle, Peltophorum africanum. Weeping wattle. All gold, you're wondering if there are more parasites in rainy areas. Yes, you'll find that in tropical areas where it's hot and wet, you'll find probably a greater number of insects and invertebrate life. I think you'll probably find a greater number of potential parasites as well, compared with, say, the Arctic or the Antarctic. So in general, yes, where it's hotter and wetter, I would say the potential for parasites and pathogens in general is probably higher. But, all bodies, including your own, is at constant war with various kinds of microbes, fungi, viruses, bacteria, all sorts of things that try to get in and hijack your physiology and hijack various parts of your system for their own gain. And that's true of just about all life forms. Certainly all mammals experience that. And so if you live in the tropics, or if you've evolved in the tropics, then, you'll have evolved a much stronger immune response to those sorts of things. But it is the reason why, for example, when really good examples, when Europeans landed in West Africa or in other parts of the tropical world, having never been there, they immediately started dropping like flies, dying of various fevers and maladies that didn't afflict them at home. And likewise, they infected the local populations who were immune to the local diseases, but not immune to the diseases brought in by the Europeans. So although there probably are a greater number of diseases or potential diseases in the tropics, it really just depends on where you are. They're just very different in different parts of the world. Smallpox was taken around the world and decimated parts of the tropical world where it didn't occur before. This elephant has now decided that his bottom is in fact his best angle. Let's see what he does here. Jacinta, it depends entirely on where you are. We don't know exactly what's happened to poaching in this particular area, but in the large parks, and like the Kruger, where anti-poaching operations have not been reduced by COVID, and the ability for poachers to move freely has been reduced by COVID, the poaching seems to have reduced, yes. But in other parts where anti-poaching is augmented by the presence of tourists and a greater presence of just, I suppose, recreational presence on smaller game reserves, poaching has increased because the poachers obviously are not particularly wearisome of the laws surrounding lockdowns and that sort of thing in a lot of parts of the country. And so the smaller reserves that have used tourism to augment their poaching, anti-poaching, have definitely experienced an upsurge. But in places like the Kruger, I'm led to believe that poaching has been marginally less during lockdown. I think we'll sit with this chap for another, and you'll go and have a look at something else, I guess.
It's always beautiful when you watch elephants, and it's sad that elephant numbers are going down. But due to conservation efforts, elephants will still be there. Now back to our lions. This female is not yet receptive. She is not happy with this male. And before she accepts her, that happens mostly here in the wild. There's what we call reversed or reduced ovulation, because sometimes before the big males come in, it will give her time to mate with the big male. So let's say, for example, the dominant male in this pride comes in. So it's either going to be a fight, or whoever becomes the winner then gets to mate with her. But in time before that happens, soon she will begin mating with him. Look at how she's walking away, and she keeps on snarling and growling at him. That is typical for lions before the acceptance. See, he's keeping his distance, making sure that she gets along in time before they mate. Beautiful light out there. Look at his mane. So animals prefer stronger males for better genes. And the reason why young males are kicked out of their pride, or maybe to make sure that there's no inbreeding. So Splitnose has to keep on courting her until she's receptive. This will take a little bit of time, and I'm sure they will mate soon. Now, lionesses become sexually receptive for 2 to 4 days, about once every 2 years, if they raise their cubs to winning. So by saying that, if this lioness had raised her cubs to maturity, which is about 2 years old, when they begin going on their own, then she comes into estrus. So unfortunately for lions, sometimes when the cubs are too small, a lion comes in, takes over the territory, and kills the cubs. The reason why they kill the cubs is because they want to pull out that gene from the previous lion. And that sometimes can be brutal, but is the way of survival here in the wilderness. So these two lions will be here for a little while. So the lioness separates from the pride to go and mate. And after she conceives, she'll come back or join the rest of the pride. And after 3.5 months, she will isolate herself again from the pride and go somewhere where she'll give birth. Hide the cubs in the den. So she'll hide the cubs in the den for up to 6 months. And after 6 months is that when she will introduce the cubs to the pride. See, that kind of distance there shows that she's not yet accepting him. If in time a big male or the dominant male in this pride comes in, a fight will come in. But Split-nose looks like a big male. I can tell that he's also a strong male that can give in a very good gene pool. The grass is wet, that's why you see them walking like that. Naj, thank you so much for your question. Will the dominant male fight Split-nose? Yes, definitely. If he comes in here, there'll be no doubt it's going to be a big fight. And funny thing about nature, if the dominant male comes in and he loses to Split-nose, then she has no option but to take and accept Split-nose. Poor guy, the grass is so wet, nowhere to rest, so he has to find a dry place. Look at her, he's looking at her like, come on, let's go to the dry area. Sherry, thank you for your question. Are the collars removed once the data is collected? Yes, the collars are removed. So basically, these collars sometimes, the longest they can take is only 2 years, but sometimes they go for 6 to 8 months. After the data is collected, which is basically for scientific research, then the lion is let free. This helps improve and also know the knowledge of these lions' whereabouts. For example, we have neighboring community, so we're not sure if this lion might sneak out to the neighboring community, which in time we call that human-wildlife conflict. But definitely, this collar will be removed after the data is collected. So still watching her, making sure that no one is around. So they're going to wait or sit here for a while, and if she takes a move, Paul Villa, thank you for your comment. Yes, it looked like a wart. Yes. But then I think the reason why it's called Split-nose, something happened to his nose, and then the thing on the nose just remained there. It's permanent, but also unique for that lion, hence the name Split-nose. Looks a little bit sleepy, but he has to watch her. If she takes a move, he will watch her, walk with her whenever she goes until they finish mating. As we wait here, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Our elephant has moved on now. He's decided he needs a bit of grass roots. Cellulose? Really distasteful breakfast. Hello, Sarah. Elephants' favourite food is Oreos. That's their very favourite. They like Oreos, but they are difficult to get around here. And during lockdown, there's definitely been a shortage of Oreos. And so what they have to make do with at the moment is grass and leaves. Obviously, that's not true, Sarah. Their favourite food, I would say, is marula fruits. And they get those in this particular area in January and February. So they'll have to wait for the marula trees to fruit later on in the season. So after the rains, normally. But in some parts of the country, they fruit in December. So it depends where the elephants, or where they are, where the trees are, not so much the elephants. And the elephants will move to wherever the trees are fruiting. But they absolutely go wild for marula fruits. And interestingly, they also go fairly wild for citrus, which they don't get naturally, but they will seek it out if they can get it. And I've been to a place in Zimbabwe, close to the corner, I've forgotten what the corner's called now, the corner between Zimbabwe, Botswana and South Africa, where there is a big citrus farm on the river there, and they put out, I don't know, trailer loads of citrus fruits periodically when, the stuff rots or they can't send it out or it's got nicks in the skin. I don't know why they do it. Anyway, trailer loads of the stuff in front of one of their lodges, and it's not in a national park or anything, but there are no fences between them and the national park. And the elephants come and they eat the citrus along with the baboons, and they sit there. It's quite amusing to watch. I'm not sure how good it is for them, however. I don't know if it's very good to be eating that much sugar if your body hasn't been designed to consume that much sugar. Anyway, they do like it. But when they can't get citrus, marula fruits. Now that elephant bull, I would say, is about 20 years old, so he's just coming to terms with living on his own. Bridget, I'm not sure exactly how long it takes for a mouthful of elephant food to go through the body. I suspect a couple of hours because it is a long digestive system. It's a long bowel, and any herbivore is going to have a long bowel, but they don't re-chew their food, and so I suspect that it takes less time than it might for a ruminant's food to get through it. But probably a couple of hours. It probably also depends on what they eat. If you eat meat versus rice, the rice is going to take much less time to get through you than the meat is, because the complexity of the nutrients is that much less. Well, and the amount of nutrients is that much less. But I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure it varies quite a lot on how long it takes a mouthful of food to go from one end of the bowel to the other. The top to the bottom. Literally. Which is quite astounding when you consider the length of bowels in general. I remember doing a rat dissection in my first year at university and being absolutely blown out of the water as to how long a rat's intestines are. And ours are about the same length, I think, proportionately, and an elephant's will be even longer. Right, I think it's time to move on and see what else we can find.
Well, the length of intestines, I would imagine they would be long. I'm not sure how long they would be on this particular bird I have here. And I thought, because I didn't see my lions from last night, I'd do a bit of birding. And of course, the first thing I want to tell you is to ask you a question. Who do you think that is? I know once in a while I'll ask you very easy ones. This will be an easier two. And look at her carefully. Hashtag World Earth on Twitter. At FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Kids also, I'm sure you know our birds here in Africa. Kids questions at worldearth.tv. And she is cute. I just want her to turn around so that you can see the belly, because the belly will give her away 100%. Look at how hooked and tight and short and bold, I would say, the beak is. It's very broad. Peter, you say Rufus parrot. I'll give you 70%, Peter. 70% simply because you have said a parrot. It is a parrot, but not that one. Oh, she's just gone. Let's see where she's going to land, if she's going to stop or keep going. She's taken a longer distance. I'll still be waiting to hear your answers because I'm going to show you in my book, what parrot that was. But Peter, for saying parrot, 7%. If we see her again, you're going to put her on the frame, but I'll be happy to hear more answers coming in. Well, okay, you say brown-headed parrot, and I think I'll agree with you because it must be the brown parrot. Just hold on, and I'll show you what I mean. I was trying to get my pointer somewhere. And Bungay, come right here. Bungay is the gentleman on the camera today. Hopefully that light is good. The very top one here. And this is exactly what we are watching, and it was this one, and we call it the brown parrot. And very good, you got it correct, brown parrot, and we see lots of them in the Masai Mara. Another that could be similar to that would be the brown-headed parrot, which is here, but actually what we had was this one. Now just come here, Bungay. If you look at the brown-headed parrot, the difference is the head is all brown. There, that's all brown. And when you come to the brown parrot only, the brown parrot only has this very conspicuous yellow on the crown there and right there. That's the difference between these two. These two are adults. It's this yellow here on the wing and on the head. And the brown-headed parrot is all brown on the head. But very well done. That should be good for our birds for this morning. Thank you, Bungay. And we'll be moving on and finding out where those lions would have gone. I'm sure they are all full. There could be somewhere still sleeping and they have no reason to be out, but possibly I'll be able to catch up with them as we take you to another location.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve in Lawfield in Mpumalanga. Today was a little cloudy morning, and this is how we're going to be taking you to safari. My name's Andrew, and Mpo on camera. So it's what a morning, cloudy, beautiful. As you can see, impalas all puffing up there, but doing their best. Beginning of the day, it's kind of the morning for them like this. And all they do, they get around. As you can see where they are, it's not actually thicket. This is how they can trust moving in and out in that bush. They need to get as much as they can in terms of mixed feeder, as they are known of a mixed feeder impalas out here. And some of them puffed up because of the cloudy taking place, but it's not actually windy. So most animals that do feel colder when it's colder. And some have stronger, can hold, some have colder conditions. All seen there, all mix of a male and females. But it's caused by, a lot of females all carrying right now. So gestation periods take from beginning of the winter until November, which is that then they will be dropping their baby. You see all of the young females and the males in this group, and all last born November last year, and all you see now, all just growing up healthy, all looks like this high rim, it's sustainable there. The beginning of the high rim sometimes started from the very small number of animals like this, maybe 5, and that male take care of them, reproduce, and then that's how finally in a few years later, you see 30, 40 of impalas in one group. But it's also possible that you find maybe 70 or 100 in a group has been recorded of high rim where it's controlled by one male individual. And that dominate, especially during the mating season, which is occurred in the winter, changed because of a lot of a challenge fight, and now all as it get weaker, a lot of outstanding male out there aiming for the same situation of getting into dominating this high rim. He had a lot of challenge. He might lost dominate for quite a few times. So during that period, this high rim can be dominated sometimes, if it's possible, by a few males just before the end of a rutting. So I don't see any zebra here or wildebeest, which they always move around with either mix of antelopes. Khaled, welcome to the morning show, your show. And yeah, it's a very good question that you want to know why they keep flicking their tail. So a lot of time it's all about parasites. So remember the back of most animals, the reason for the tail, it's for helping get off the flies or any parasite, where on front they can deal with it by maybe shaking their head and their ears, and this is what they can do. But also the tail, it can be mean something to them. Some of the tails palely white, some are kind of unique in terms of marking, and that is for their follow me sign. So when you see impala swinging your tail like that, zebra can do it, almost animal can do it. So it's kind of like trying to get rid of their flies, right, following their backside. So they all just vanish into that bush. When you don't trust that, for example, if it was so much wind picked up here so much, and then they wouldn't trust going into a thicket because they lost control and they cannot hear properly. And there they can able to help each other. Some can feed, some can look, and that's how the sustain nibble happened and all survive in a group like this, because everybody has to be careful, check for safety, and all of them for survival. Parallel, welcome to the show again. So you want to know what food that they eat impala. So impala, they are a mixed feeder. So mixed feeder means they can take from grasses, herbs, they can browse as well. And yes, this is what they are. And they're well sustainable animal because they don't actually have a shortage of food. Even when the drought enter this area, these kind of animals are the one that will able to, survive in a drought. Mixed feeder, but they are always happy when they're with other antelopes as well as the wildebeestes. And that's how they graze. While wildebeest go for medium, they also go for pretty much shorter grasses. So which means zebra also has to rely on zebra, where zebra will go first. They will detect the tip end of the tall grasses, while the wildebeest will go for mediums, which left behind from the zebra. And those type of antelope like impala, they will go for a third grazer. So they kind of like love each other that way, because there's not such a competitions going on between these species, even though they are different type of species gather around in the same place. I'm going to leave them in peace and search for other animal around here.
It's so interesting when you see these lions seated like that, not knowing what runs into their mind. Now, this lioness is not yet receptive. and she's not yet accepted him. But I'm sure she's the one that will initiate mating. Now look at how big that male is. So in time before the pride male comes in here, I'm sure the mating will have begun. But sometimes for these lionesses to protect their cubs, what happens, I've seen lions mating, two lions mating one female. So that in case when the cubs grow up, so neither of the cubs will be killed by these males. How wonderful or how exciting is that? But now it seems like Olalashe, the pride male here, is not around. So in about a day or two, or maybe this evening, she might be mating him. She's very, very much relaxed, but keeping her distance from him. As soon as he tries to approach her, she snarls and a little bit, and he keeps off. So, like I told you earlier, the lionesses become sexually receptive for 2 to 4 days, about every 2 years. But I'm sure because she's a very mature and experienced lioness, she's been mating for several times. I've seen her sub-adults, I've seen her teenagers, so she seems like a very, very, very wonderful mom. Anna Marie, thank you so much for your comment. I can't agree more. Yes, Split Nose has a very beautiful mane. And I'm sure this lioness is going to be receptive because they like big, stronger males. It's still wet there. He has no option but to rest there and wait for her to make a move. So he will be following her until when she will be accepting him. There's an ostrich that is passing by, so that's why they're all curious, looking over in the distance. But sometime during this mating time, lions cannot go without hunting. That means they can go without food. They'll only go to drink water and come back. But sometimes when an opportunity arises, they might try. But I've seen that for a long time when for the 3-4 days, they go without feeding. Look at that female ostrich, unaware that lions are here. See, they blend in so well. From a distance, you can't really tell if there are lions there. Look at how she's watching. Like I said earlier, when lionesses come into mating, they isolate themselves from their pride. And as soon after, when the mating is over, they return back to their pride. So as we wait here, remember we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. So we're going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Okay, so maybe can we start? Okay, you're already there. A very warm welcome on this chilly 7 degrees Celsius or 44 degrees Fahrenheit this morning on the beautiful Tswalu Kalahari. We are venturing out in the west to see what we can find this morning. Very warm welcome and good morning. My name is Kyle and behind camera is Glenn. Very warm welcome to him as well. We're just on our way over this dune and we thought we would take a look at this beautiful little bird here, a very prominent bird through Tswalu, part of the weaver family. And this will be one individual from a colony which Glenn would have started on, that they have the nest within this large camel thorn. Very easy to remember or recognize with that very prominent broad white eyebrow, referred to as a supercilium, and then those beautiful white stripes, which is comprising of the wings. Very white belly, thick, heavy bill, and you'll always see them in small colonies. And the nests are fairly easy to recognize. If you look at weavers and how they make their nests, they are very, very skillful birds. some of them being very intricate. So Glenn's going to get us up close and personal. Let's go start on that, on the one in the middle. This is from a different weaver species. This is from a southern masked weaver. So in the upcoming days, we're going to start looking at nests and the intricacy and how these birds create these nests. I mean, it's remarkable. Some of these birds having a few different knots, and their skill and their craftsmanship is unbelievable on how they create these beautiful little structures for breeding. This would have been created by a male, and the attractive notion of it, obviously attracting a female into the area, and if it is good enough, she will then line the nest, and so she will lay the eggs, and he'll go on to build another nest. Some of them are making multiple nests within trees, some species making nests on reeds, over water, away from water. Depending on the species, even the structure will change with these beautifully woven nests. So this one that Glenn's coming into now, this is made by the white-browed sparrow weaver. It's not a very clear view, but it's a large, bulbous, very messy nest. And you'll see multiple nests within a tree. Maggie, do different weavers share nests? No, it'll be the species specific. So for the white-browed sparrow weaver, it's only those species that will be using the nest that's in view now. And the little one that we looked at inside the tree, the one that's made by the southern masked weaver, would only be used by them. So there's no sharing of nests, unfortunately. It'll be nice if they would help everybody out, but what a spectacular tree to be within. Obviously the tree's structure itself is a very important aspect for a bird to build a nest within the tree. You got to think about birds and making nests. They have got a lot of threats, so they got to be very clever on where they make their nests. So concealment is a very, very important aim of the game, and then as well as making sure it is secure. So you'll see that the nest is actually created on the tip, very, very tip of a branch, where it would have been woven, tied, and then the nest structure would have been made. And that's it, ensuring that no carnivore or no predator can sneak up on this tiny little branch to the nest to take out eggs or, unfortunately, the chicks, if that had to happen. So tactics like this ensure the safety of chicks. And it's quite incredible through Africa and how smart birds are to conceal them and hide them.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. And we've come out to the beautiful open grasslands of Phinda. We found this big herd of waterbuck, and as you can see, it's really overcast and cloudy today. My name is Grant, and behind the camera is Craig. And as I say, today is pretty overcast. We had quite a lot of rain last night, and so it's still pretty wet, and we've had the odd drizzle coming out this morning, but it seems to be clearing at the moment. I think there is more rain predicted for later on in the day. But we've come out to the grassy areas where we wanted to look for that cheetah mother with the two cubs that we did see yesterday. And just on our way, we've come across this really, really pretty scene. We've got these waterbuck standing in this pretty long grass. For a person, I mean, that grass in front of that waterbuck that's looking at us is probably up to the average person's sort of chest. So it's really, really long grass. And if you look very carefully amongst those waterbuck, you'll see those little white birds moving around. And every now and then they get a little fright and they fly up, and it's a really, really pretty scene. So we're hoping that'll happen, but yeah, if it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. So the herd of waterbuck would have been resting here last night, and what we're seeing now, them starting to get up and start to feed, and we are very close to a little watering hole. They might move to the water to have a drink and then probably head off for the day. But those little egrets, if they don't as a flock fly up, you might see every now and then they also have little squabbles amongst themselves. And so what they're doing while they're with those waterbuck is, as the waterbuck move, they will flush out little insects from the long grass, like grasshoppers, and the cattle egrets will snap them up. So myself and Craig from here, we are going to continue on our search for that cheetah mom with her 2 cubs, and so we're going to be leaving these waterbuck and going to go see if we can find them.
Good luck on your search for the cheetahs this morning. I'm sure it's going to make the drive very colorful, having seen also lions with Tim. And I continue with my birding and look at 2 different species of birds there. And what did you catch for yourself? This is the yellow-billed stork, and you can tell from the plumage she is still a juvenile, not fully grown to adulthood. Look at the beak. So the bright orange or yellow, rather, that we normally know of these storks. And that's how they got their names, the yellow-billed storks. But also sometimes we call them the wood storks. Always found near water for the obvious reason of feeding. And she's not alone. We have another bird that we just saw a few seconds ago, and this is the hammerkop. Also in water, near water, many times feeding alone, but once in a while you'll get them in small little groups, and they love fish, any small fish. They also eat lots of amphibians. They'll be catching frogs, tadpoles, some crustaceans, anything aquatic, insects, and they call them more of being carnivores than omnivores. I wouldn't know what plant material the hammerkops eat. So they got the long feet, so they're able not to walk exactly on top of water, but they don't sink very much. And unlike this stork that has the long legs, hammerkops have rather short legs. So they may not venture in the very deep areas. Excuse me. Once in a while, you see them moving their feet in the water there, just to disturb. You see that? Unlike the storks that got feelers in their feet, I do not think the hammerkops do have the same. Keep feeding. Beverly, it's a very good question. You're asking if the stork could feed on tortoises. Now, the stork that we just saw, the yellow-billed stork, the biggest, I would say, prey they do get are other smaller birds. And there she comes back. Thank you, Bungay. Other smaller birds. But we haven't seen them feeding on tortoises. The birds that will feed on tortoises, Beverly, will be the hornbills. And I'm sure you know the southern ground hornbills. Those ones got very strong beaks, and they're very powerful, and they remain on the ground. We have seen them cracking the shells of tortoises because they use their beaks like chisels, and once they open the shells of tortoises, they'll be able to feed on the flesh. But the largest prey for these hornbills would be other smaller birds. Now, if you look carefully on how she's feeding, look on her feet. I'm going to come closer. Hopefully they're not going to compete with each other. But now the hornbills have got sensors below their feet. So they push them in, and sometimes they might hold the foot in the water. Any slight movement they pick, they'll definitely know there's a prey there. And very quickly, they'll shoot their beaks and catch. Be it a fish, because they also do lots of fishing. They'll also catch frogs, anything moving, worms, insects also, like grasshoppers. And again, just like hammercops, you'll always see these yellow-billed storks feeding on their own. Liam, you're asking if this stork will grow any taller. Yes, this is still a juvenile to me. And normally, once they're fully grown in adulthood, they are white in color, a bit of pinkish, and especially in the breeding. And they may go to a height of about 100 centimeters in height once fully grown. Their long legs, you see how important they are. Comparing this to the hammercop on the left, they have that advantage that all the way to the elbows or to the knees, they can still have their feet inside the water and keep feeding. Long beaks also give them some big advantage in terms of, I would say, unlike the hammercop, they would get more food and more easily than the hammercop in terms of size. See that? So every time she does that, it's either to disturb the water or just to feel. If the foot that's not moving feels something very quickly, you'll see them changing direction. Or at times they just push the prey in front, the beak is opened, and will just grab the prey that she has been able to disturb. I think they got the most complex hunting of all the hunters that we got around, or of all the predators we have here when we talk to the birds. And this may continue like this, like the whole day, until maybe the feet get very wet and the beak, and she'll want to come out of the water to dry up. And most likely on top of a tree or a log. In the meantime, I'm enjoying listening to some choruses of frogs. I hope you can hear them. Daniel, that's a very good question. You're asking whether the stork would see their prey or feel it with their feet. Feeling with their feet, Daniel, 100%. That one is definitely, because they got feelers below their feet. That one is for sure. But I would also imagine either they calculate very well the distance of the prey with the beak and they shoot. And I've seen them shoot their beaks and they miss, which would maybe translate them not seeing very well, because in general they'll be feeding in fresh water, and not always the fresh water is very clear to see. So I would say, Daniel, is a calculation of feeling, pushing the prey forward, and estimating where the prey is with the beak and just shooting the beak downwards. That would be my guess, Daniel, here. I highly doubt. But of course, for big prey, I mean, like the amphibians, I'm talking about the frogs, tadpoles, they will definitely see them even without using their feet and just catch them with their beaks. More often than not, they always swallow their prey whole. I think it's been very exciting to see these two different birds here are feeding for breakfast and doing some good hunts, as I am moving on to search for my lions, and will be taking you to another colleague of mine.
Beautiful. So anyway, Jenny, look for around animal this morning. Pick up this herd of buffalo again. Doesn't look like they have moved far away from where they were seen moving around yesterday. And now they're between the nearest water, which is the Bevlisuk Dam. It all seems to be all resting here since they chose the spot here for them to sleep on the whole night. What I see, nobody get disturbed. They're all just very relaxed. So I've been spending much time here just to see any reaction, behavior. But, you know, they're all kind of very happy still. Some of them, they're busy chewing their cud, which is probably the whole night been doing this, since they have eaten a lot just before they get into this place. And for that, they do a lot of work on regurgitating again, chew and swallow, chew and swallow. I see a lot of oxpeckers in amongst them as well. They're also benefiting, looking, searching for their own food, which is the ticks, red-billed oxpecker. And I was looking if I could see one of the rarest species of this bird here, and haven't found any, which is a yellow-billed oxpecker as well. These all are red-billed oxpecker that we can see among this animal. Looking at this beautiful cow over here. It's probably kind of enjoying a cud. So they're all mix, males, females in this group. And it's a group that we keep seeing them every time we talk about a herd of buffaloes coming into Gari and in and off the property. Which was hoping, you know, when they do that, it might attract a lot of a different pride coming into this area, because they are mainly hunted by lions. Lions, not only one lion, maybe the whole group. Isaac, 11 years old, you want to know, what do the buffalo eat? And welcome to the morning show, Isaac. Hope you're right there. So, this animal, they will mainly grazer, which means, you know, they're grass eater a lot of time. They can browse, you know, but not much. They can browse, but that's not actually their main diet. Their main diet is grass. They eat grasses. And then, of course, for that, in this area where it's a savanna, it's a plenty of grasses. You got all type of grasses, which some of the grasses called by their name, which is the buffalo grasses, and that's what the grasses occur in this area. Comes a ridge, comes plenty of these, and they eat quite a lot of these grasses. You know, without grasses, these animals, it's like cows. They won't make it. You know, starvation will take place if they only browse. You know, they can't rely on browsing for long. They need to mix with herbs. Of course, you know, you see some animals, they can actually try and, you know, bite on the trunk of the wood. Even antelope, they've been seen do that just because of their special diet and need from trees. But it can't sustain their life that. They need to eat their own diet, which is, it's grasses. Look at this bull here, just falling asleep, but haven't stopped yet chewing a cud. So most animals, especially buffalo in this herd like this, Linda, you're right. I agree with you. Looking at this cow, if you look at this cow here that she's looking at us, and there was a male on the other side of her, and you're able to see the difference. I think he's just right behind. He can't show up anymore. You know, the female actually designed, the horns are like pretty much cows, but they're very sharpening, more than cows do, and they're all curved forward. It's a weapon. These horns, it's a serious weapon for this animal. They need them. But, you know, males, they have also built up with bold helmet on front of the herd. that it comes ever stronger, that element. Sometimes when you find these animals, most especially bulls fighting, all you hear is knocking but hard. You'll be terrified watching that battle. So I'm going to take you over to another live station in different places. I'm going to carry on looking probably for leopard this morning. Can't wait to find it.
Warm welcome to all our viewers. We're currently at Ambion in Ngala, and we're looking at a pod of hippos in quite a beautiful waterhole. Now today the weather is slightly overcast, and as you can see the darkness in the background, there's quite a few impala as well coming down to drink. Well, they probably have just moved off. So I'm going to be your ranger for this morning. I'm Nikki, and on camera with me is Gert. Now, just to give you an idea of our plan this morning, so yesterday we were so lucky, we found wild dogs and leopard and quite a few hyenas, and we were able to spend quite a bit of time with them. But today we decided to go in the complete opposite direction of where we were yesterday, going to the western part of the reserve and hopefully being able to find some lions this morning. So that's what we're looking out for. We're going to explore all the way down here, maybe check some of these drainage lines because it's nice and cool. So chances are these lines could have moved into an area where there's a slight bit more cover than in comparison to where we are now. So that's going to be hopefully the plan for this morning. So in the meantime, and those hippos aren't going to be heading anywhere pretty soon. Just wanted to get back to them, just have a last little look, and then probably from there on, carry on with our drive. Now, earlier on, I think it's the one on the right, closest. Oh, there's the little one. I was wondering, there was a little one that was swimming amongst all of them. And sometimes what happens is when the mom, see now, she's actually just like folded her legs in. She's just lying down on the bottom there, but if she had to move into a deeper area, you sometimes find that the calf will jump on top of mom's back. So every time she comes up to breathe, you'll just see the two little nostrils at the back as well coming up to breathe and then going under the water again. So we'll just give it some time, maybe we can see that hippo coming out. But you'll notice there's a few ripples on the water as well, so even though it's overcast, there's also a breeze that is blowing now. So we will bear all of that in mind as we search for these lions.
Welcome back to Ambion Pinde, everyone, and we've managed to find the cheetah, and they're not looking very happy. They're actually looking pretty miserable right now. So it's quite tough to see, but they're actually lying on a slight little mound. But you can see they look quite damp, and they all three of them are huddled together. So this is mom and two I wouldn't call them sub-adults yet. Sorry, they're still cubs. They're about 8 months old, and they've managed to get themselves onto a little like mound, just so that they have a little bit of elevation to check the surrounding areas. And there you can see how it just slopes down on the right and the left. And so they're actually in a dry riverbed, and that little mound is inside that dry riverbed. So they've found themselves a really comfortable, and mom would perceive that spot to be quite safe. She's got a little bit of height, so she can scan for any danger. And this is definitely where they were resting last night. So that's why I say scanning for danger. But as the day goes on today, she might potentially be on the lookout for prey. But for now, I think they're just trying to warm up. You also notice that they're all facing different directions. So Karen's asking if cheetahs are solitary hunters. And Karen, it's a bit of a difficult one. So they can hunt in small groups, but they are mostly solitary hunters. The reason why I say it's a difficult one is because there's often, a mom and her two cubs like this. That's really pretty, hey? Look how they're all looking in the same direction. Something might have caught their attention off in that direction. Sorry, Karen, to get back to your question. So a mom with two cubs like this, as the cubs get older, sort of from this age that they are now, they're going to be joining mom quite a lot with the hunts. And so then you wouldn't classify her as a solitary hunter. But they don't. A mom and cubs wouldn't necessarily work together when they're hunting. But then with male cheetahs, if they have a brother from their litter, the two brothers will stick together for life, and they will hunt cooperatively. So they will actually team up and work together. One might chase the prey first in a certain direction where the other one is ambushing. They have various different strategies depending on the situation. So male cheetahs, if they don't have a brother, then they will be solitary hunters, and then they'll have to do everything by themselves. So it's a bit of a tricky one, but they can be solitary hunters, and they also can be they can hunt in small groups, but it'll never be really like if you think of a pride of lions, of 8 lions circling a herd of buffaloes and teaming up to take down a herd of buffaloes, or to take down a buffalo from a herd. It's not like that with cheetah. It'll usually be 2, 3, 4 males if they're a male coalition, and then it'll only ever be mom and her cubs when they're a little bit older. Now the cubs will stay with mom till about 18 months to 2 years old. And from about 10 months, 12 months, for the next sort of 6 to 10 months, they will definitely help mom with the hunting, and they will try to do, and they will actually be successful. I've actually seen a young cheetah, was probably about 14 or 16 months old, and they chased, and these inyalas scattered in all different directions, and obviously mom went after one, the young male went after one, and the young female went after one, and mom and the brother were unsuccessful, and we couldn't find the little female for a long time. And after driving around, and now the mom and the brother are contact calling, trying to find out where she is, and she's not answering. So we obviously thought the worst, that something had happened to her in the hunt. And after about 10 minutes, we just heard this one contact call back, and mom and the brother both looked in that direction, and they were just waiting for that one more contact call. And then as they heard that contact call, they pinpointed exactly where she was, and they ran towards her, and we followed mom and the brother, and we came around the corner, and there was the little female, and she'd caught quite a young female inyala, but nonetheless she'd made possibly, it was hard for us to know, but possibly her first kill at like only 14 months old, which is pretty amazing. So we of course hoping the same for these two. It's mom, and then a young male and a young female. Look how that one is resting its chin on the other. So whatever caught their attention earlier seems to have passed. Elizabeth is asking if these cheetah are able to take down small prey yet, and they definitely are. So they are about 8 months old, but something like a scrub hare or a small duiker, they're definitely fast enough and skilled enough to take one down. They know, instinctually they know to chase, and they know how to take down their prey using like the ankle tap. They would have watched mom do it before, so they are able to to do like a chase and a takedown. The only thing is, at this age, they might still not quite have perfected the killing bite to the throat. They might not know exactly that they have to do that, and so definitely if they come across something small, especially when they're walking with mom through the bush, what happens is scrub hares sleep during the day, and so they'll find a safe little place to rest. And if these cheetah walk too close to that hare or even a little duiker and flush it out and it starts running, if they're close enough, they will definitely give chase. And yeah, there's every possibility that one of these little ones would be able to take it down. And mom as well, she knows that at this stage, and if she catches something small enough and she feels that it's safe to keep it alive for a little bit, because that animal will make a lot of distress call, it'll make a lot of noise and could attract bigger, more dangerous animals to them. And so if mom feels it's safe, she'll keep it alive and actually bring it back to the cubs, and then drop it and let the cubs actually try to practice that killing bite. So we're going to stick with these cheetah for a little bit longer and hopefully see them do something a little bit more than sleeping.
We are sitting with a lovely herd of elephants here on Simbambili, which is the reserve to the west of Djuma, north and west. And, well, much like the cheetah mummy teaches her babies how to kill, so the elephant mother teaches the young elephant what's good to eat. And what we've watched here is that young elephant there, who looks a bit, what we say in South Africa, skraal. He's been following his mum and picking at the same things that she's been picking at. Now, by skraal, I mean he looks skinny. And in fact, the whole herd here, all 4 of them, 5 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, look like they have not had a particularly successful dry season. I don't think that's unusual. You'll expect to find them looking a bit skraal at this time of the year. But all of them are looking a bit what I call hippie. You can see their hips. Sometimes, Cantrell, you can find elephant teeth, but, elephant teeth don't fall out, really. They wear out. So the pairs of teeth that elephants have during their lives, or the sets of teeth they have, wear out. They don't fall out unless there's some kind of problem. And so normally if you find an elephant's tooth, it's still inside the jaw of a dead elephant. So it's very unlikely or unusual to find an intact molar with its roots just lying around the place, because they don't fall out, they wear out, they disappear. So what happens is that the molar moves forward from the back of the jaw, and as it moves forward, so the front disintegrates, disappears as the new one comes through. So it's not like when they get their sets of teeth, it's not like they're suddenly toothless for a little while the new ones come through. Like any young mammal losing milk teeth, it doesn't work like that. Lots and lots of elephants around, and on days like this, or at times of the year like this, you can see little groups as soon as you get high up. Hello, Sarah. Sarah, elephants actually never stop growing until just before they die. So an elephant never really achieves full size in the same way that you and I might achieve full size. I achieved full size when I was about 21, which is quite late for a human being. I know it looks like I'm still growing, but I'm not. Most women will achieve full size sort of between 16 and 20, I guess. And with elephant and most mammals, the same kind of thing. Lions will achieve their full mass at around 8. Leopards probably around about the same time. Buffalo bulls probably around 12 or 13. But elephants just keep growing. And most of the animals I've just mentioned will then slowly start to lose weight, eventually. Human beings, you know, will start to get much lighter and even shrink as they get very old. They don't even have to be very old for that to start happening. But elephants don't have the same. Right up until, they start to die. All right, these elephants are heading into the bush, so I think we'll probably carry on. Oh, no, there's some more coming. We'll wait right here. Apparently there's a small technical glitch, so you're still with us. And here comes another little herd through this little clearing. Looks like some young bulls, I think. So nice when these elephants are around everywhere. Both, Pat. Elephants definitely do travel, excuse me, on common routes or on well-worn paths to and from water and between marula feeding sites. But once they get into an area, they move totally randomly. But they will use well-worn paths, for sure. Oh, there are a lot of elephants coming around here now. A whole lot more. And it's surprising, because I didn't hear any of them coming. I've just slowly seen them emerging from the woodlands. They're moving so silently. There's a tree about to go over there, Niels. I'm not even sure if you can see it. There's a big bull actually moved in there. I'm just going to pull into this little gap here. Just like so. And there's a big bull, and what he's doing is scratching himself. He's not actually trying to push it over. The one to the left of that. Yeah. There you can see. Now, I don't know how easy it is for you to tell, but that animal is substantially larger than any of the others here. I'd say he's a 35-year-old bull. And you always think elephants are big until you see a big bull coming through a herd. And then you realize that, yes, they are big, but goodness, they get even bigger.
It's wonderful when you watch elephants as they move on and get to their daily activity. Now, back in the Mara, we have a black-chested snake eagle. As his name suggests, these snakes are killer machines. They are specially adapted or specialized for killing down snakes, especially venomous snakes. I've seen them take snakes up to 80 centimeters. Can you imagine how big that snakes are? So this bird also not only eats on snakes, but sometimes they eat on lizards, they eat on insects and small mammals and frogs. So mainly what they do when they hunt, they are perched up on a tree like that, and sometimes you can see them hovering on the ground searching for prey. So when they stalk prey using the wings and then parachuting slowly to the ground to capture whatever they've got in sight. So there was a pair around here, but this bird, I've seen the increase in number because of the mammal that we have around in the savannah. So the more the food, the more the predator. That is a good balance, because when we don't want to have more rodents and less raptors. So this is very, very interesting. Also, it's only that we are far and it's not very clear, but on the bill of these birds, they have a notch, specially adapted. When they land on their prey, they slice whatever they've got by using that notch. Very interesting bird. So I'm going to stay here and wait as we take over to your next safari vehicle.
Beautiful little male steenbok. Very nice to see, and what stopped us initially was its static behavior. It's just behind the bush. I'm just going to pull forward for us just a tiny bit, just to get a better view. But what got our attention first and foremost and why we stopped is that the animal was static and standing in a very awkward position. And looking a bit closer, it was facing us, and it actually was scraping the ground or pawing the ground with its front hooves. And it was actually covering its own droppings. They do that actually to eliminate scent from being pushed out over here, and just covering those droppings. There we go. Just to the left, they're in the shadows there for us, Glenn. And it was actually covering its droppings to eliminate the scent from wafting out and attracting any unwanted attention. Very clever from a tiny little antelope like this that has quite a large array of predators that would predate on it. Obviously small size, its behavior is definitely one attribute in how this animal survives within this area. And then also being split from your partner as well. You're not visually pleasing, let's say, that all the time. Snuck around the bush again. Let's move a little bit more forward. Hopefully we don't disturb me too much. But eagles, carnivores such as cheetah, leopard, wild dog, you name it, will snack on a little individual like this. And this is a little male. You can see from his little horns. He's got tiny, erect, thin, pointy horns. And look how large those ears are. But they are such elegant little antelope. Fascinating to watch. Beautiful. Oh, there's no horns on that one. Oh. And agility and speed is another tactic on how they evade. There comes the male. So that was actually a little female in view. And the little male's just going to run across on the right-hand side of the screen. There it goes. So really nice to see that, because you don't actually see male and female together all the time. Within their joint territory, they'll actually be split to eliminate predators from pinpointing them easily through this landscape. But very nice to see that. We're going to carry on a bit west over here, sneak over this dune and see what we can find on the other side. And you guys were looking at a black-chested snake eel, a little bit jealous. We're also looking for some birds. We had a yellow-bellied eremamela. What a mouthful from a 8-gram little bird. And before we could get onto it, choop, it was gone. Starting to warm up a bit, which is great for me.
Welcome back to Ambion Pinde, everyone. And we've just repositioned ourselves slightly to get another look at these cheetah. And it's pretty amazing how they all cuddled up. So it's really pretty miserable, if I'm honest, weather. It's still really overcast and cloudy, and we had about 8 mils of rain last night. You can see the cheetah are wet. And there's a little breeze blowing, so it's an extra chill factor. And so they huddled up really nicely. And it's very cute how they've got their chins resting on one another. They're leaning right up against each other for body warmth. And you can see those ears. Even though their eyes are closed, their ears are pricked up and they're still listening. Still alert to what's going on around them. Marvin's asking a really interesting question, and that is, can males form a coalition if they aren't brothers? And the answer is absolutely they can. It's unusual and doesn't happen very often, but if a male comes across another male that's more or less the same sort of age, but one will definitely be dominant over the other one, so perhaps one will be quite submissive when they do come into contact with one another, but it's most certainly beneficial to the cheetah if they team up with another cheetah. I mean, like this mom and the cubs, they can be alert to all their surroundings, and so that when there's 2 of them, they cover their awareness much better. So we're going to just stick with them for a little bit longer and see what happens.
We have been having the most wonderful time here. We've had 2 young bulls wrestling, and then the one on the left there that you can see pushed the little ones out the way, and now he's found a big friend. Naturally, it's all occurring behind a bush. I just don't want to move because we're quite close and I don't want to disturb them. There are probably about 30 elephants around us in various parts of the woodlands. No, that's hopeless. Let me move slightly. Niels, let's see if we can just pop round. I'll just go into the clearing here. I'm going to go behind there. Let me just move here. Should get a decent view here. Yeah, that's fine for now. And slowly more and more have just emerged from the woodlands, come through the fringes of the clearing, and then headed down sort of onto the banks of this very shallow drainage line. Question from Bush Bebe. Bush Bebe, I think that elephants do predominantly die of old age, yes. They don't die of being savaged by lions, which must be quite nice, unlike buffalo. I mean, I think it must be quite intimidating living as a buffalo, knowing that your end is likely to come at the teeth and claws of a pride of lions. Most elephants, yes, old age. And what's interesting is that they don't get much disease either. They are genetically protected from cancers by a readily identifiable gene, and I forget its name naturally, but they've got a number of copies of it, where we, I think, only have one copy of it. They've got lots of different copies. Because in theory, the bigger an animal is, the more prone it should be to getting cancers, uncontrolled growth of cells, whereas elephants actually show completely the opposite. There we go. Finally, these two have sort of come out into the open for their little box. This is all playful wrestling, like you might witness on the school playing field at a time when the children didn't have to social distance from each other. I imagine wrestling as young boys is quite difficult these days. You can't wrestle. Maybe they just throw stones at each other now. I'll see if I can get into a slightly better position now.
Yeah, elephants play fighting reminds me of the giraffes when they also play fight in what we call the necking. But now look at this very tall giraffe here and see such a beautiful background she's giving us. But the big point here is she is not stopping. She keeps walking and walking. And the one buffalo has stood up to see her pass. Compare their two heights. When we say this is the tallest animals, you can see what we actually mean. That even if the buffalo standing doesn't even get to the shoulder height of a giraffe. Back to my point, she keeps walking and not stopping because we know giraffes are browsers. And unless she gets a bush that she may love, like a caper's bush, she'll just keep walking across until she gets to the very tall trees where she'll be able to chew something. Did you get something there? Maybe not. But also look at her carefully. She keeps chewing cud. If you look at her mouth, the mouth is still left, right, right, left. Because giraffes are ruminants. And this is one big plus I've always said of giraffes. Noriko, great comment, super model walk. And it's so true because it's a very open Noriko where she is. The grass is pretty short compared to her height. And maybe catching up with a friend, Noriko, who was ahead of her. But then once in a while they'll walk. They will stop. And they will look. How safe is it? Any dangers ahead? Any predators? Anyone's guaranteed it's good to go. They continue their journey as I'm continuing with mine, searching for different animals.
From the tallest Africa's or world tallest animal, we are here on the other side of the Mara with our cleanup squad. We call this the vultures. Now to the right, we have the lappet-faced vulture, or the Numbiad vulture. I like calling him the Dracula vulture. The reason being, when they're perched or maybe feeding on a carcass, I like the way he bosses around and walks in a Dracula movement. The other two are the Rupel's griffon vulture. Now these vultures are warming up. before they pick up the thermals, they'll start soaring up in the air in search of food. So vultures, they don't kill, they only scavenge. So these are the birds that will help us clean the entire ecosystem. They play a vital role in the ecological system here, because if it were not for the vultures, hyenas included, then we'll have a catastrophe, a big disaster. So they'll pick up the thermals and start soaring up in the air. That helps because they don't have to flap a lot when they're looking for prey. So these birds, they don't actually smell by looking at prey. What they do, they use their vision. They have very good eyesight. So when it comes to the pecking order, the vulture to the right is the one that will land first on a carcass, or maybe sometimes when they fly low looking for carcasses, they're the first one in the carcass, and then the rest, the African white-back vulture, the Rupel's griffon vulture, and then a small vulture called the hooded vulture will be the last to peck on the carcass. Now here up in the open, there might be something, or maybe there might be a carcass around here. So when they're sure to be warm enough, and sometimes because of the night and it rained, their feathers are wet. So after they dried up their feathers, they'll start flying around and find something to eat. Interesting thing about vulture, sometimes they can follow weak prey, and that will attract predators, sometimes hyena and even lions. Hyenas and lions will look up in the air sometimes. When they see vultures up circling in the air, then they know there must be something, so they'll always follow. And if they come across a lame animal or sick animal, then they'll kill, and then later on, the vultures will land in. I've seen the vultures soaring up in the air, waiting for the migration on the wildebeest to come to a river, and they'll perch at a river for even 2 days at numerous crossing points and wait for these animals to come and cross. How interesting is that? So as we watch these guys, you see that the one with the spots, that's the Rupel's griffon, the one pecking or grooming itself, that's the Rupel's griffon vulture. That's a very nice time to groom and to clean your feathers. It's reckoned that at a kill, maybe when they're eating at a carcass, they can even consume up to 4 kilos in one go. They have special modified tongues. And Lisa, thank you so much for your question. What happens when the crop gets full? The crop, rather, they'll just wait, and sometimes I've seen them regurgitate their food and maybe something like a puke or vomiting. But when they get full, they rest for it and wait for it to digest. That is simply what happens. They have a very specially modified tongue that has spikes that face backwards. So when they nibble on the carcass, then the tongue helps swallow as much as they can, because they land at the carcass so many birds. So you have to eat in a hurry. So the help of the tongue really comes in handy. So this is, I like watching these vultures, especially when they're at a kill or maybe when they're rested. And as you wait or maybe look for something else, I'm going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Yeah, watching vultures is always entertaining, especially on a carcass, and their unique role that they play within the ecosystem is phenomenal. Beautiful oryx standing out in the open. The sun is just magnificent on this animal right now. And we normally find females like this in groups. They like to stay in groups, associating themselves with each other. And then we stopped here and we're like, why is this female all by itself? And in closer inspection, we actually found a little something resting. And I want you to see if you guys can spot it. A little bit more to the left there for us, Glenn. Left, left, left. A little bit more to the left. And stop. I want you guys to see if you can see something in picture. Something that's out of shape, doesn't look like a bush or a shrub. It's a baby oryx. At the bottom of your picture, that is a tiny young oryx resting on the left-hand side of the bush. And this is typical of oryx. When mothers give birth, they'll break away from this nursery herd. And for 3 to 4 weeks, this calf will actually be hidden. And mom will come back at different intervals to come and nurse it and clean it, make sure it's safe. But this is the period now where that nice tawny coat that we spoke of would come into vital play. And that tawny coat allows this little animal to blend in within its environment. And then this coat will remain for about 3 months, and thereafter they start adopting their oryx colors. But how tiny of an animal to be in this vast expanse all by itself. Cleo, that's a very nice question. Is that how much will the baby oryx weigh when it is born? The baby oryx would weigh anywhere between 9 and about 15 kilograms at birth. And when it's born, obviously mom will break away from the herd. She'll give birth in a nice concealed area just to make sure that the little one is safe. And once born, she would be very aggressive, protecting this little one. They're not born with horns. They're born without horns, like all antelope are. They're born without horns, and then after a couple of weeks, the little horns will start emerging from the basal skull section. But very, very tricky. Imagine being so small and being in this environment all by yourself. They've got nerves of steel. Glenn, can you give us a nice broad view there? So I want you guys to focus on that little antelope and just take a look at this. You are really out here by yourself. And that little antelope will remain dead still. If something is to approach it, it'll have to remain dead still until the last minute before it breaks cover. Because if it breaks cover, unfortunately, then it's tickets. But amazing. So oryx are pregnant for around about 260 days. And then that great question Cleo asked there, the weight of it would be between 9 and about 15 kilograms at birth. Amazing. You can just see, is that the horns? Just see tiny little horns there in picture as well. Very nice.
Come back, and yeah, there's been no change with our little cheetah here. One of the little ones keeps just popping its head up and
Again, I'm quite relieved that the crash cut to us occurred while I was not saying anything untoward. Anyway, here we are, back with the elephants. We're just trying to move into a position where we can see the babies. There were some little ones in here, and what's been so nice about the sighting so far is that we've been able to do it at a distance in the clearings, which means that we haven't made a noise as we've watched them. But that's becoming a little bit more difficult. I'll just move in here, and then we'll stop. There we are. Okay. Anyway, as you will know by now, most of you, broadcasting in high definition out of 6 different locations in rural areas can be quite tricky, and that's why from time to time signal disappears or whatever happens, and we jump across to another feed with a great suddenness, which is what happened now. Also, I think the weather in South Africa especially has been pretty rough, especially in the coastal regions, and so the weather at Phinda is not very good, and that will play havoc with broadcasting signals. Our elephants are still being most confiding, enjoying their wander through the morning woodland. Now, what we've done is basically left the young bulls having their wrestle down behind, and in this particular area we've got the cows and the youngsters concentrating on breakfast. March, it's very difficult to tell the age of an elephant unless you have spent a lot of time around elephants, so there aren't ways that are particularly obvious like there might be with some other species. And so it's just time around them with people who know them, and then you can kind of estimate, and it's purely from their size. And because elephant bulls keep growing until they die, well, all elephants do, but bulls probably more so than cows, because they keep growing until they die. That's basically how you estimate it. Now, what's interesting here is that that's a bull, obviously, on the left. You can tell that in a number of ways, but the one particularly obvious way is now on display. And he was having a little wrestle with a cow there, and she's decided, as is usually the case, to just, she's not interested. She's having her breakfast. Now, she is saying hello to him. And although they're almost of a size, she is substantially older than he is. I would have said that she was at least 20, and he's probably about 16 or so. She would have had her first calf by now, and possibly be pregnant with her second. And maybe she's just coming into estrus, and that's what's interesting, that young boy. But if she is in estrus, then a bull the size of the one we saw earlier will very quickly put that youngster to flight. He doesn't stand a chance of mating at this age. And there are some little ones for whom such things are not a concern just yet. Some very little ones in there, probably about a year old. Yes, the colour of the sand does affect the colour of the elephant, and so much as they spend time throwing sand on themselves. So in parts of Etosha, in Namibia, where there is that enormous salt pan, the elephants cover themselves in that dust, and they often look ghostly white. And then in parts of, say, Phinda is a good example, parts of northern KwaZulu-Natal, where the soil is very red, where the elephants spend time throwing red mud on themselves, and they take on a reddish hue. But underneath all that, they are exactly the same colour. So they don't fundamentally change, no, it just depends on the colour of the dust that they throw on themselves. Here the soil is a sort of greyish most of the time. It doesn't really have much of a colour. And the elephants, if they do change colour at all according to the soil here, it tends to be just kind of a lighter grey. Or if they've been in the mud, a darker grey. The sound you can hear is fork-tailed drongos having a little morning meeting. Ava, we could probably get slightly closer than we are now. I think that they would start to move away, though. So we're with some cows and some youngsters, and they will tend to increase distance. But sometimes you get very close to elephants by mistake. Sometimes they come very close to you. Young bulls especially will come and almost touch the vehicle sometimes. But you want to try and avoid having an actual interaction with them. And by an interaction, I mean you want to try and avoid the situation where they are reacting to you in any way. Now, that's what you aim for. It's not possible all the time. And so you get as close as you can without affecting their behavior, is the idea. And as close as you can with it being safe. They're heading off into the woodland now, so I think that we will head on and see what else we can find.
All right, just to introduce a lovely tree we spoke about a couple of days ago. We would have spoken about when we were sitting at the Cape Fox Den, but that one distinguishing feature that is just foolproof all the time is this beautiful whitewashed bark of the shepherd's tree, or Boskia is its genus. Really amazing tree. So you can see another tree that would be able to support the large structures of the sociable weaver nest. They use multiple trees. Obviously, bigger trees, stronger trees are more suited to hold the immense weight. I mean, these birds will even use telephone poles. They'll use windmills. Anywhere they can put a bit of vegetation to start creating this magnificent structure, that's what they will do. But a really amazing tree, especially within this area. Shepherd's tree has got a lot of amazing properties when it comes to the leaves. 14% protein content within the leaves, high in vitamin A. It's really amazing. Farmers through these parts of South Africa, these dry areas, when it comes to long drought periods, they would actually chop branches off the tree and actually feed it to their cattle because of the nutritional content and water that it holds. You can eat the leaves. We can eat the leaves as we're going. It's edible. Really amazing. Just if you take a look at the trunk, if Glenn can get in there, the structure that the trunks make, especially from the lower sections over here, they create natural pockets or little natural reservoirs. And after good rains, you would find that these little pockets or little cavities would actually fill up with water. And water would be stored in there for a little bit longer. And through periods where people would be walking great distances, they would actually go into the shepherd's tree and look if there was any water stored in there for them to utilize. So really amazing tree. It's got some really incredible historical properties or stories when it comes to traditional beliefs and uses. Also very tremendously diverse tree, but amazing structure and one that's easy recognized. You can see if Glenn goes to the front of the vehicle, you can see directly in 12 o'clock of the vehicle, you can see another one. And look how easy it is to recognize. Off the bat, it's unmistakable. It's one of the larger trees that we have here, along with the camel thorn. We've got Ziziphus, or buffalo thorn, which likes the mountainous areas. Also a large-ish tree. And then you can see the shorter blackthorn just dominating the landscape in between the beautiful shepherd's tree. But a magnificent tree to see. Also very important for the larval stage of a butterfly species called a brown veined white. The larval species would be found on the tree, and they'll actually use this tree for their larval food. So a really important tree within the area, and it's just so beautiful. Just the color scheme between the brown nest and this beautiful whitewashed bark is just magnificent. Really beautiful tree. Alrighty, from here we're going to go on a little bit more. We are busy looking for some of those more elusive species, and hopefully we can come right in the next few.
We are in the Masai Mara with Masai giraffe. Look at how this giraffe is browsing onto that tree there. Excuse me. we have at least 3 females here. And if Big James is gonna pan slightly, we have something interesting. He's gonna pan slowly to the right. We have some giraffe babies. See, we have about 3 babies walking towards their mom. So they stop and wait and then join. When giraffe calves are young, they're left by themselves in a place where we call a nursery. So the moms will go always to feed and then return back later to the nursery. This is because of predation. Sometimes when the giraffes are walking with their calves, these young ones can fall prey because when the predators watch the giraffes walking and happen to see these young ones, they'll definitely come after the young ones. So by leaving them in a very secure place, it means that they'll always go back and making sure they're safe enough not to be in danger. So these giraffes that you're seeing here were also once this tiny. So by doing that, giraffes always have a good success. I reckon this about a month old. You can see very fluffy hair on the tip of the horns. So cute. And they're also curious as they're approaching their moms. Tamara, thank you so much for your question. How long do these calves stay with their moms? Female giraffes always accompany the rest of their mother as long as they live. But only the males will isolate themselves because of territory and also trying to go and find some mates. So giraffes live in a social family where you find females and males who are younger, but the big bulls always wander off to find other females that they can mate with. So I reckon if they're females, they always stay with their moms. But if they're bulls, when they're about 10, 12 years old, they're always by themselves. So these giraffes will be walking, browse. They're very selective feeders, so they browse from twigs to twigs, branches to branches. And sometimes after the rains, the fresh grass and shoots that pop up on the ground, these sometimes Doza, thank you so much for your question. How many hours a day does giraffe feed? I reckon up to even 15 hours a day. Elephants are known to feed the most, about even 16 hours a day. But these ones can feed up to 14, 15 hours a day. I've seen them feeding at night during the day. They only take small rest during the day, interval of about 4 minutes, and then they carry on feeding. Oh, we can see one sitting down there. So that means that giraffe is sure enough that security around here. But that's a vulnerable position. Because of how tall the giraffe is, it takes some few minutes for them to wake up. So when the giraffes are resting, that is one typical behavior that you always see, especially the young ones. That's not a fully grown, that's still a young one. But also adult giraffe will sometimes sit like that, especially when it's in an open area where they're rest assured that it's secure. So these plants have very unique shapings. You can see the browsing line of the giraffe, especially when you look under the trees. They all look like they've been trimmed very well. That is where the giraffes reach. We call that the browsing line. They have a very long tongue, especially adapted for wrapping on twigs and pulling off the leaves. as we wait here, looking what these young kitties are going to do, we're going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
Yeah, giraffes, when it comes to trimming trees, they do a very good job, especially on the balanage trees in the Masai Mara, or the shepherd trees, as you sometimes call them. But I think anything on the ground, maybe baboons, will do the same on the ground and also on top of trees. Now look at that male baboon. I'm guessing it's male by virtue of his size, and the size more so, the size of his mane. And just notice how well he blends in with that log. Not sure what is itching him. Did you see the canine teeth there and the incisors and most of the canine? He has been yawning here every few minutes. Not sure for what reason. Either he's too tired or just too bored. But I'm imagining maybe he has been assigned by the senior males the job of making sure the troop is safe, because he has been sitting there for quite some time. He's not doing anything, just yawning and yawning, scratching himself once in a while. See that? And then maybe a yawn. But I think he's the one now holding the fort in terms of safety and security of all the other baboons as they continue foraging in the grass there and in the thickets or in the forest there. Baboons do that a lot. And one of the biggest concerns are leopards, and especially the male leopards. You might see those two there, or is it one? She's just moving in the ground, foraging also. Harland, you're asking how big can these baboons get? The males can even go up to 25 kilos. Those are the males, and the males always much larger than females. And of course, they do all the jobs of protecting the troop. And Harland, you can see some of them are right on top of that tree. And they're basically feeding. The females are always much lighter, 10, 15 kilos for the females. It's about, 20, 33, 4 pounds. She sits on the V of that particular tree there. And that's called the Kenyan greenheart tree, or the East African greenheart tree. Very solid trees. Coming down, it should come down very quickly. And more of them come down in the reverse. Jumps down, feels much safer in the ground. But you notice this gentleman here hasn't moved. Those ones have gone out playing. Occasionally what I've found out, if he got some prey there, because I've seen them do that many times, he'll sit on the prey and wait for everybody else to go. Pretend to be bored, pretend to be taking it easy on his own, and then he's going to feed on the prey. He definitely must have gotten a prey there. And that's how they groom themselves. And any parasite they get on their bodies, straight in the mouth. Ticks, mites, lice, fleas, anything crawling. And I would say more so ticks than anything else. That's what they'll be feeding on. And what the nails can't bring out, they'll get either the incisor teeth to help grab it. There must be something he knows is there, and either he could tell it from the itchiness. They'll open the fur, see something. Damien, good question. You're asking what's the nutritional value of the parasites they feed on. I mean, basically all those parasites they're feeding on are proteins. And I would say they get lots of proteins from them. Because, they could be live, as I said earlier, lice or fleas or ticks or mites. That's basically what they're feeding on, and I'm sure they have a lot of nutrition value in them by getting proteins. See the little scratch she does there. So I'm trying to imagine there could be a bigger troop or a bigger, group of these baboons than what we have here. And what I want to do is to move forward a little bit and see whether I'm going to get the main troop of these baboons. Because by looking ahead in that particular area, is the same area I have been seeing the leopardess roaming. And that was the main reasons why I came here. And to be very good news for us to spot her, especially knowing that she got 2 cubs. Baboons being omnivores, they'll be feeding on any green matter they get, but also they hunt for themselves, and they'll be hunting babies or lambs of impalas, like this one coming here. There's a male impala here. Just to do that, it's my favorite bird there, bungay. And this is one bird I love to see. And this is the lilac-breasted roller. And I'm sure she is definitely trying to hunt. They'll always remain on the ground sometimes. Look for anything they can catch, any insect. But surprisingly, as small as they are, they also hunt small mammals. They're also able to hunt snakes. And this is the lilac-breasted roller. Hopefully she'll be lucky and get something for herself as I move on and we take you to another location.
We have come round one more corner and found another herd of elephants, and this one is making short work of, I think, the base of a knobthorn tree. And what we were hoping to show you is their ears. Niels and I were discussing how it's not immediately obvious where the entrance to the ear canal is, but naturally now every elephant we can see, and there are many, has its ears firmly behind a bush or a set of sticks. Anyway, the ear is in fact in front of that flap and not behind it. This may be obvious to you, but to some of us, Niels and I included, obviously not now, but way back, it wasn't that obvious. And the opening to the ear is in fact just in front of, or just behind the temple, but in front of the flap, just like our own ears. We just can't flap our ears quite the same way. Some people can move their ears. I can move my ears. Others cannot. Shame for them. I can't flap my ears, though. There, now you'll be able to see it. There it is. That is the orifice through which that elephant is able to hear the sweet tones of my voice and the rumblings of its mother. Tremendously peaceful out here, I must say. The rather chilly southeast breeze has meant that it's been quite nice not to have to drive too much today. Just sit and enjoy the elephants. Now, what that is, in fact, is not a knobthorn. It is a very dead buffalo thorn with some creeper that is now very dead in the top of it. Oh, you think there's something worth eating there, do you? Okay. Far be it from me to suggest otherwise. Mmm. Watch how she wedges it between her trunk and her tusks to snap it off. Well, looked like she was going to do that, but then she didn't. You might be able to hear the emerald spotted wood dove in the background, giving its mournful. Yes, Randy, it often is, in fact, dependent on their... Well, it's not so much dependent on their size, I guess, as... Well, yeah, it is. It is dependent on their size. In general, the bigger an animal is, the longer it will live. Elephants, 65-odd. Rhinos, 45-odd. Hippos, slightly less than would be expected given their mass, about 35-odd. Buffalo... When I heard David had said they can live to 26 years, I thought that was an overestimation. But I looked it up, and the oldest one on record is 29. That's in captivity. So buffalo, say, 20 to 25 years. And then, yeah, as you get smaller, the shorter people live. And I remember, not people, animals live. I remember driving a cardiologist once, who said that, in actual fact, obviously within limits, you can predict an animal's, or an animal's heart has a certain number of beats in it before it gives out. And the smaller you are, the higher your mass-specific metabolic rate tends to be, which means the faster and harder your heart must work. So the heart rate of an elephant shrew is much, much higher than that of an elephant. And an elephant shrew probably won't last much more than a year or two, maybe 3. But by the end of its life, its heart would probably have beaten roughly, very roughly, the same number of times as an elephant's would have. Now, that's not a hard and fast rule, and it's certainly not a relationship that you'd be able to plot on a dead straight line. But it is quite interesting. Yeah, they don't always, but quite often animals live longer in captivity because they are, well, like human beings, they get medical help. So if they get sick, they get assisted, and there are no predators to attack them and kill them when they get old and decrepit. So you can imagine a 29-year-old buffalo must have been almost immobile, and there's no ways it would have survived out here in the wild. So as soon as a buffalo starts to get old or close to the end of its potential lifespan, when it starts to weaken, it's going to be picked off by predators. And so in captivity, where that doesn't happen, an animal can actually live out the extent of its potential lifespan. But it doesn't mean that animals in the wild don't have that potential. It just means they're much less likely to reach it. And the same, again, can be seen with human beings. The potential lifespan of a human being, is up to 90, 95 years. But very seldom do people reach that because they get sick, or they eat badly and they have a heart attack, or they're predisposed to some kind of condition like diabetes or whatever it is. And so they don't reach that lifespan. But the more medical attention they have, the closer they get to that lifespan. And so when we talk about the fact that the average human lifespan has been increasing over the past, 2 or 3 centuries, in actual fact, the potential lifespan of human beings probably hasn't increased. But what has increased is our ability to get people to that point. So you don't find a whole lot of people suddenly living to 150, but you find a lot more people living into their 80s and 90s than you did, say, 200 or 300 years ago. And it's quite interesting because even out here in these rural areas where there is very little by way of medical care, a lot of people do actually live to 80 or 90 years, but those that do get sick or are subjected to the rigors of poverty will succumb earlier than they might have had they been in wealthy areas with animals. Right, I think we'll stay here for a little bit longer and see what these elephants get up to.
Very nice birds. As we entered the watering hole here, we thought we'd just sneak into the watering hole and see if we couldn't find any of these beautiful birds, and we have gotten lucky. This is a species of sandgrass referred to as the Namakwa sandgrass. Male on the right with that beautiful bare chest and that nice thin white and black line pointy tail, and then the lovely female right behind him. She's got more of a streaky breast, and then you'll see from the breast as it goes onto the belly she's got barring, so she's a little bit more cryptically colored than he is. But these birds are very unique, traveling far and wide to and from water a day. A bird can travel anywhere up to 40-50 kilometers to and from water in one day. They are nomadic, they're highly nomadic actually, and the first 2 hours, hour or two after sunrise, you'll find these birds coming to the watering hole, coming for a drink for themselves. But if they've got chicks, they're also coming to collect water for the little ones. And quite uniquely is that most birds make a nest, but some birds make a nest which is just a shallow scrape or indentation on the ground. And so these little chicks don't have access to water, so the parents will actually go off and collect water for them and coming and visiting watering holes just like we're at now. But when we get to see them, hopefully we do, I will explain and hopefully we can get it. Oh, here comes another one. Oh, lovely. At the watering hole. Have you got that one? Oh, sherbets. I pointed. That was the Birchall's coming in there. So there's 3 different species we have on Tswalu: Birchall's, sandgrass, Namakwa, and double-banded. Oh, lovely yellow canary. You can see how prominent this bird is throughout Tswalu. There come another little flock here, Glenn. Shoop. It's another little flock of sandgrass have just come in. Yeah, right there. Just slightly to the right. And so you'll have little flocks of these birds coming to the watering hole early morning. Your double-banded will only come late evening. Blake, are these sandgrass monogamous? Yes, sandgrass are monogamous, so forming a nice pair bonding. You can take a look at the bird itself, and if you're ever unsure of if it's a monogamous or polygamous bird, if you take a look at the striking difference, so if a male is a lot more brightly colored, more vivid colors, that means that he's going to try and attract as many mates as possible. So more than likely, not always a rule of thumb, that's when you'd have the bird being in a polygamous breeding system, but birds where they look similar, they are more than likely going to be monogamous pair bonding. And what they'll be coming here now to do is feeding a lot of seeds that are blown in from the wind. We spoke about wind and obviously the importance of it. It really aids in seed dispersal, especially for grass seeds, which these birds mainly feed on. With small, very small seeds. So 2 females at the back and then the male right in front. But when we do get into it, I promise you now, it's going to be amazing. Once we start looking at them, and I would like to rather find the bird in the action of how it transports water to the chicks. Because when you guys understand how this process works, it is absolutely incredible. Most birds will, store water inside their gullet and then go back to the chicks, especially ocean birds. They'll store water in their gullet and then actually just like extruded over the little bird. Little sparrow, top part of the screen, a little Cape sparrow. Very nice. We haven't seen one of those yet. There's a lot of activity here now. But with these birds, they actually are able to hold water on the feathers or just behind the feathers. It's quite a unique function on how they collect water and then transport water back to their little ones. Oh, and he's gone. So out of these sandgrass, there's 4 species that occur within South Africa, and we have 3 out of the 4 here. So for birders, coming over here, early morning, cup of coffee, there's just nothing better in a day. There's some things that are better, but it's really enjoyable. Cup of coffee, conversing, watching birds, and understanding the uniqueness of these animals and the role they play and how they fit in is truly spectacular. Looks like it's going to do a little bit of dust bathing. Dust bathing for birds, especially for sediment like this that we have over here that is very, very fine. Dust bathing is a very important maintenance behavior that birds display. So ruffling up the feathers and stimulating all that fine dust in between the feathers. And if there's any parasites that are latched onto the bird, the parasite will be smothered. And so, unable to breathe, the parasite will actually dislodge itself from the bird. Birds pick up a lot of parasites on their movements. But what a beautiful bird. So they're mainly found through arid and semi-arid shrublands like we are looking at now, and as well as deserts.
All right, now from sleeping buffalo and a moving buffalo. It's probably the same herd. We've done a big loop, hoping to find a spotted cat this morning, but no luck. And as we come down, this is a different road we take, but it seems to be they're moving now west from the last spot we saw them. This is going to be the way of forage for them. Begin of the foraging, filling their time again, since it's been a lot of work for them to chew their cud. It's probably the first stomach is empty now, that's why they move. They take a lot of grasses, as if we're herds like this. When you find them all static, it's all about resting. Because if then it's all about eating, finally, in 10 minutes, in a whole group, let's say 100 of them, then no grass. So it's better for them even if they're on mobile feed like this, because those in front, they can lead, but they have to spread around so that they can manage. In terms of feeding, it's not such a competition here, where the all grays and browse are mixed. It's all cuff-capped buffaloes or African buffalo, one of the strongest animal. Heaven, good morning. Welcome to your show this morning. So you want to know if buffalo travel in herds quite often. So yes, herds do form by a lot of females and their young males, and all the males, those are still haven't yet reject or move it out of the group here. But of course you do find maybe lone bull, it happens when they separate from this herd. You all find them sometimes near water or lying in a shell of water trying to drown the ticks. But there is a system in this animal where the bunch of male, when they get old, cannot keep up with this herd. They're more likely to be left behind. And then from there, it's just, move around in the area, feed, lay down, drink, as a bachelor group of males. And that's where there's no safety in those group of males. A lot of time they get attacked by lions, and more likely to run, left friends getting killed behind. If they ever turn around, they were just going to wait from distances. Finally, they vanish. Where here, in this herd, where I saw so many of them this morning, they can able to stand their ground and able to help each other. I'm going to wait here. You never know. Maybe there's a big cat behind them. I'm going to wait for them as they pass by here just to see what is happening.
That's correct, Andrew. I mean, buffaloes' strength, security, and everything in their huge numbers. But it's not the case with the warthogs. Warthogs, unless you get a male and a female, in most cases they'll be solitary, or you get a female or a male with the piglets, and more so the female with the piglets. Now, that is the deepest they can go in those thickets. Very unusual. You'll get warthogs in big forests or in thick vegetation. One, because of their height. They're not very tall animals. And look, every time they run, it's always like a reflex. The tail always goes up. I've never known whether to call that a follow me sign. But they may go in there, get some nice shade or any pad of water, and spend the day as it's getting hot. But to get deeper than that, it's very unlike warthogs. They know the dangers there. And remember earlier, I was saying this particular territory I am is Romi's territory. And as much as sometimes you say they forget very quickly, they would know the dangers they would face of predators in there, and more so leopards and Romi in this particular case. But of course, depending on what they're looking for to feed, they'll try and change locations. I'm wondering whether this is a pair, male and a female, with one of the senior or fully grown piglet. But once they get old, they'll always go different ways. When not feeding, they're always on the run. You very rarely see warthogs walking majestically, slowly, like the giraffe that we saw. I think they're always in panic mode. You see what I'm saying? It's very difficult for them to go beyond that line of the orange-leafed croton. Just walk on the edge. Not sure they could be looking for something to drink, for some water, or just having some different food. Priscilla, good question. And you're asking about speed, or can warthogs outrun most of their predators? I would say a very big yes. These pigs are very fast, and they know the first thing they have to do is to run very quickly if cornered. If, Priscilla, you see these warthogs once they're cornered in a hole, or when you see the leopards hunting warthogs, what they do, the leopards will always stay just by the edge or the mouth or say the termite mound or whatever den the warthog is. And they stay very close, and they'll calculate, because they know once the warthog comes out, because they go in the dens or in the holes in the reverse gear, backwards. The leopards or any other predator, including lions, they know once the warthog comes out, they just shoot out like a bullet, and they just bolt out. So they have to calculate so well. As soon as she is out, they very quickly pounce on her, otherwise they're going to miss it. And of course, once out, we see in many cases, the predators will not give a chase because they are very, very fast. And they could comfortably do 35, 40 miles an hour, running. They look short, but their legs, Priscilla, are very, very fast when they go running on the ground. So I'm still within the Romi territories and have not given up on finding out on that girl. And we'll keep updating you on the same as we take you to another location.
I can remember having the same impression about warthogs. I think they look a lot faster than they actually are. And I remember watching a lion reeling one in, and it was amazing how quickly the lion caught the warthog, because a lion doesn't look particularly fast. but they are extremely quick, and they've got very long strides. And the warthog was shooting, it was a very young warthog, but it was shooting across a clearing, and its legs were going at such a speed that they were a blur, and I thought, there's no ways that lion's going to catch it. 4 or 5 strides. So, yeah, they do move like bullets, but I think they look faster than they are. Anyway, we're still here with another herd of elephants now. And the reason that we're still with elephants is that basically they're everywhere, which is just great. I shan't complain. And that cow, as she came out of the bush there, was just saying, that's close enough, thank you. And so we acquiesced to her instruction.
Heading straight to the east.
And there is a fork-tailed drongo. And a not very forked tail. Lots of them around this herd, along with a few wattled starlings. And if you listen carefully, you might be able to hear a southern black tit. Bzz, 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 bzz. And 1 or 2 other starlings, Cape glossy starlings as well. Tick-a-tick. The youngster digging there, Niels. Let's see if we can get a view of that one.
Yeah, it's interesting one, yeah. Thanks for that, Jerry. I couldn't copy him. Okay. I'm going to turn around. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Is an elephant's skin the same as a rhino's? It's made of similar sort of stuff, I guess, same as your skin is made of similar stuff to a rhino's. Maybe you mean the thickness. It is thick. I mean, they're called pachyderms. Both of them are called pachyderms, which I think means wrinkly skin. Or thick skin, I can never remember which. And it is relatively similar in that respect, but the elephant's is more wrinkly and is thicker. The young bull is definitely having a good dig for some roots that he wants, while the rest of the herd slowly drifts off. Now onto the knees. Must be a particularly delicious piece of plant that he wants there. Either that or he just likes digging. Oh, face right in there. Tusks, unfortunately, not long enough to help him just yet. Eventually they will be. Must be very frustrating. Maybe he's watched a parent or a sibling doing this. And now just sand on himself. I really am going to try and get away from this particular herd and see if we can find something else. Perhaps a cat.
We are just right here in Ndlovu Dam with this beautiful animal, Cape buffalo.
We are seated here looking at this lion. Look at how beautiful his mane is. I think he might be Olalashi. this lion is watching over some warthogs. But although sometimes lions don't go for hunts, sometimes they fall to an opportunity that arises. These warthogs are too fast for him, but I'm sure if an opportunity arises, if they're too close and he surprises them, he'll definitely go after. It's too hot right now, and I think that's the reason why he's under the shade. Totally blend in. We're just driving, and we almost missed him because he's seated. But as soon as he woke up, that's what we saw, the mane. Sometimes blend in very much with this environment. So if he goes down to where we saw the other lion, I think there might be a big fight. Not quite sure if he's by himself. Seems like there must be some lionesses around, or maybe another lion around. Although lions can walk into patrolling their territory, so maybe he was walking or patrolling his territory and then came to this tree for a rest. Especially when the intruders within a territory, lions will walk out, roar, mark, and scent mark their territory just to make sure the intruders get the scent and hear them when they roar, so that they keep off the territory. And sometimes if they feel that their intruders are bigger than them, then they will happily walk out. But it seems like this guy, he has to come into a big fight because he has lots of lionesses in the pride that can also sometimes assist to keep the rival male out. Eyes glued to that direction, watching over the warthogs. And possibly, maybe, that is the direction the other lions went to. At a time like this, when there's, you say, during the migration period, these lions sometimes hunt by themselves. I've seen them taking down big buffaloes, zebra, wildebeest. The warthog got sight of him, and they're very much cautious, knowing that there's a lion within where they are. Kathleen, thank you so much for your question. Are warthogs aggressive? Yes, warthogs are aggressive. If you look at the warthog, see just below the eyes, you see the warts, and then over just above the mouth, you can see the tusks. Those tusks can be very, very vicious, especially when a predator encounters them in a wrong encounter. I've seen the warthogs go down cheetahs and even lionesses. So when they go for them, they have to be very cautious because these guys are super aggressive and they defend themselves with those tusks. They are walking away. At this time of the day, they will also be wallowing in the mud to get rid of parasites and biting ticks. And sometimes you see them resting under shade. It's a big shade over here, and I think they might have tried to come. But now, our lion is taking over the shade. Maybe, guys, they should look for a shade. Sometimes when they are absent-minded, when they don't look at the lion, he might try and creep. See? He's so curious. Focus on the warthog because they're walking away from him. So he pays that attention, and these lions use that element of surprise to pursue prey. Could we pick up some scent, guy? Or maybe having a look. Look at the wind blowing his mane. How beautiful his mane is. I can tell this lion is at his prime, still strong enough to hold on our territory. I will sit with him here for a while to watch his next move, and as we do that, taking you over to a next safari vehicle.
You never know, that lion might turn up to be a territorial male or a preyed male in that particular area where Tim is. And if anything I admire about elephants is when they move. I think this is where the collective noun of a parade of elephants came from. But the best part of all this is the kind of light we got, the sighting we are in terms of visibility. The visuals are very nice, very clean, white tuskers. And you notice, as usual, elephants will always have their babies or their calves in the middle of the group. And my guess is the very lead female there could be the matriarch from her size and the way she seems to be walking. Now I'm going to show you another herd. Let me just duck here. That to me is even more impressive than other one. Just look. These are two different herds, one on our right, the other one on our left. But they seem to be heading in the same direction. They're going to the forests. Look at the tuskers of that one particular female there. They're huge. They are massive. See the cruise, like a squint? Very good job. Bungay is the gentleman on the camera this morning. And this is a big cow by any standard. Again, another quick guess. This could be the matriarch of this particular herd, just like the other herd we were watching before. I'm thinking they haven't dirtified their tusks as yet, because the rains we've been having here the last 2 weeks have cleaned them very well, and maybe they're not going to the mud to have a drink. They're just enjoying vegetation that has lots of moisture in it. Very majestic elephants. I mean, I would watch elephants every day. And I've always said, any day you see elephants is a beautiful day. You don't see them, it's like missing some sunshine. Just look at the charm of the Masai Mara. Huge, open grasslands, the savanna, scattered trees here and there. So it seems to be a bit struggling here. It's quite a distance from the rest. Not sure why. And just to let you know, I spoke to the vet doctor half an hour earlier, and she told me baby Jasiri is doing very, very well. The swelling has improved, and they're coming to see her today or tomorrow, and they'll give me another update. But as it is, she's perfectly fine. Good morning, sir. Well, I'll be moving forward. I haven't given up on the River Pride, and most likely we'll see it. I will let you know as we take you to another colleague of mine.
What a fantastic sight we have here, and how nice it is to see the difference between that of a male and a female. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got a big bull behind the little female in front here. She looks a little bit young. And then on the right-hand side of that, is that a shepherd? On the camel thorn, we've got another female. And you can see the body mass, structurally, how much bigger a bull really is when they are standing next to each other like this. Male would be about 1 meter taller than that of a female. And obviously the weight would vary between the two as well. Males being a little bit heavier than that of the female. Males weighing any up to 1,400 kilograms. It's a lot of mass. They don't look very heavy, but they got quite a lot of weight behind them. The females around about the 900 mark. Big females might also be pregnant. But how beautiful is that? So we're busy feeding off that little camel thorn. And we are quite a way away, so we haven't disturbed them, but they're very acute or sharp eyesight has definitely drawn their attention this way. And their eyesight is phenomenal, and they're very curious by nature. I've had many good laughs in the bush because of giraffe. Glenn, can you just get in on that male for us there? I want you guys to focus. This male's busy ruminating, and if we have it right, if he stands in the position that he was at, we can actually watch. He's gonna... Okay, let's take a look. When giraffe are ruminating, one can actually see the cud come from the stomach and run up the throat of the animal. So once he's finished that little ball of vegetation that he's got there, he's going to swallow that, and then the stomach will actively push up another ball of vegetation referred to as a cud. And this unique feeding behavior, or digestive process, let me say that, is very efficient to break down the hardy cellulose walls. You need a bit of advantage to break down vegetation, and this unique digestive system that all antelope have is very, very efficient at that. So let's just see. So if he does stop, folks, I want you to focus on the bottom end of his jaw. Okay, keep on watching. Or his throat. Watch. I hope everybody saw that. But you could actually see the cud run all the way up his throat, under his chin, and then into his mouth. And that's because the animal, when he initially ate the vegetation, he did not chew the vegetation down to its finest. So what he did is he just cropped the vegetation into his mouth and he swallowed. And now at a later stage, once he's relaxed, he's comfortable, he can watch for predators. At his own time, he can then digest this material properly. Did you see that?
Welcome back to Ambion Pinde, everyone. Oh, cub. So we had to retire to some cover just now because it started to rain again. We just out in a little gap. It seems to have cleared for us, and we've come back to the cheetah. And they are starting to show a bit more signs of getting active. The two cubs have just popped back. And Mom is doing a lot of rolling around and grooming herself. And the cubs are very focused on playing. They're having a very intense game at the moment. I'm going to try where the cubs have got. We kept on dropping our signal, but we're going to try and go because it clears up after this big bush here, and that's where the cubs are playing mostly. So I apologize.
Beautiful. So we're sitting here in this very much Beblusuk Dam, the male giraffe, and he's now busy feeding. He's having his breakfast. As you can see how dark he's already get. It's probably the age take place in this animal. Looking at the full-grown giraffe right here. Southern giraffe. You can see the whole thick horn he's got. And on top, patch of white is always a good example of telling from male to female. Anyway, he's feeding on that little bushes. It's one of the acacia trees out here. It's thorny trees, and it's their favorite. So it's their diet. That's why sometimes you find them in the very drainage line system. This is where these trees occurred, as well as tamboti trees, giraffe. They're tall, very tall. These male could be around 6 meter tall, 5.5 meter tall sometimes. That's average height for a male. But seeing him separately alone, it's actually very usual for giraffe. See a lot of birds coming into him as ox packers. I'm going to sit with this animal, which is going to take you to another safari live.
It's always nice when you see giraffes with lots of oxpeckers on their body. Now our lion, little did you know, there was another lion but looks like a younger one. Seems like maybe he might be son, or maybe that's one good thing to know, that these two are by themselves here. But then it seems like they'll gang up and form a good coalition. Sometimes I've seen lions teaming up with their sons, making a coalition. There used to be a big male lion called Notch. Notch had 5 sons, so they've teamed up a coalition and they conquered many territory, a very big territory, and they specialize in taking down hippos. Now these two, look at how he's grooming the dad. I'm hoping maybe it might be the son. So in a place like this where these rival males are around, you have no option other than teaming up with your own son. So if these two walk towards the Lolo Pride area, then that means the lion that we saw earlier this morning on the show will be kicked out. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, kids question at wildearth.tv, and on your YouTube comment section at FC. It's that time of the day when you need to rest. They've picked up a good shade and they might spend the entire day. There's water not far from here, so at least they can go drink. And sometimes when prey comes to drink, then they might fall to these guys. But within this area we have some lionesses, but it seems like they will find the rest of the pride later on and carry on with the activity. As we wait with these lions to rest, take you over to another safari vehicle.
A very special morning here at Eco-Training Pride Land Conservancy. Just looking at this magnificent giant animal just drinking here. Such a beautiful scene. See all the babies as well. There's one just there, having a drink. So we have been out already 2 or 3 times this morning, but we just had some drizzle, so we had to quickly come back. But otherwise, weather-wise, it's quite chilly. The clouds are covered with, the sky is covered with clouds. It's a beautiful scene here, with buffaloes as well, drinking water, quite a large herd of buffs. I can see this one seems to swim as well. Oh, she's just drinking. So these animals are very selective as well when drinking. They prefer much more cleaner water. So first they will scoop out, the water that they don't like, and then drink what they like or what is clean.
Trunks for elephants are very important, and an elephant without a trunk is like maybe a zebra which cannot kick backwards here, or a zebra that does not have the very strong, and especially I'm talking about the stallions that will need the canines to be able to fight or protect their harems or their mares. It's not very far from where one of these zebras in this particular hut was brought down by the River Pride. And I've been trying to look at their body language here, swishing their tails, feeding, resting, enjoying the sun, and they're not showing me any cause for alarm, which would indicate that there is no predator around. I think that should be a male there. Most likely those 3 or 4 zebras there are males, and the one in the middle definitely is a male. I've seen zebras, the males having some of the longest genitalias, and the same case would happen to the elephants. Those are young males there, and sometimes that's how it starts. If any members of the zebras and most of the males want to be shown the door, this is how it starts. Or it could be a very quick greetings, hello, hello, grooming and strengthening their bonds. Because again, as we were talking earlier about the buffaloes in terms of safety or strength in numbers, that applies to most, if not all, the herbivores across the board in the African wilderness. Unless you have to, no one herbivore wants to live alone. It's very dangerous. It's like they're posing for some photo opportunity. This is zebras here. And these are the bachels, or the common zebras. Warming up, and I think they're being irritated by flies. Yeah, all this basically grooming. And sometimes when they get irritated, they kick using their hind legs. A toppy there in the background. There's a zebra that's rolling in the ground there, and that's what they do when they want to cover themselves with a bit of soil, suffocate any small little parasite they would have, unlike the baboon I was seeing earlier that was getting them out, then up to be safe. They have to do that very quickly. Well, I'll keep looking around here, and hopefully I'll be able to see the lions that I've been looking for as we take you to another location.
Welcome back to Ambient Pinde, everyone. And these cheetah have just chased a jackal. And but the games are continuing for these youngsters. There we go. There's a proper wrestling match and chasing going on. And every now and then one bites a little bit too hard, and then there's some hissing and some very interesting cat, very cheetah specific sounds. How amazing is that? That one's found a buffalo dung patty there. Everything's a game for them at the moment. So they had that really long sleep in this morning when we saw them earlier cuddled or cozied up with mom. Thanks, Chris, for the question. Are these cubs able to open the carcass up on their own? And the answer is yes, they are. And so... Oh, lost its footing. Wow, that is amazing. Yes, they are. They've got enough power in their jaws, and their teeth are developed enough that they are able to open up a carcass now. They will go still for the most tender bits, so they'll go for sort of under the shoulder. So like the armpit of the animal. Or they'll actually go through the backside, so they'll actually use the genitals or the anus to go through in order to actually open up the meat, which is pretty, it's not a pretty sight, but that's typically where they will go through, where they will start to open up a carcass. So Starshine is asking what the lifespan is of a cheetah, and in the wild, the cheetahs are pretty lucky if they can make it to about 14 years, but typical is 12 or 10 to 12 years, I would say, is a sort of typical lifespan of a cheetah, but they are able to make it to about 14, and then that's in the wild. Usually with cheetah, there's so many other threats. Mom is going to come bounding in now. Whoa, look at that. This is awesome, guys. Oh, see, every now and then Mom gets involved and she just teaches them a couple of lessons. Yeah, very special thanks for the comments, everyone. It's very special to see cheetah cubs playing, and even more so with Mom getting involved. Ram Sharma's asking, do the cheetahs spots change color when they age or as they age? They not that I know of. I mean, they're mostly, they are black spots on the rest of the coat of the cheetah, but the rest of the body coat changes, so that the spots don't change, but the rest of the body coat definitely changes from when they're a young cheetah as they get older. So on the belly of a very young cheetah, a newborn cheetah, it's pretty much black. It's like a very dark, dark grey black color, and then the hair the fur on the length of the back is sort of a dirty grey mixed with a dry grass sort of color, and that's for camouflage in the long grass. But then that sort of fades, and this golden brown color that they have when they're adults takes over, and some are very light and some are very dark and golden. Some have more black spots, some have less black spots, so some appear darker and some appear to be lighter. But to answer your question, the black spots do not change on the cheetah. a negative, Brendan. So it was amazing earlier as we got here, we saw Mom grooming herself and rolling around on her back. And the next thing she just sat up and she'd spotted something and she just took off without any sort of sign of getting up and active. And she just took off after this something, and then we sort of raced around to get a look at what she had spotted, and she was like full speed behind this jackal. And then she stopped, and the cubs overtook her and continued chasing the jackal, but eventually lost interest as well. So that was quite exciting. And then obviously they've been having a real game in front of us here. So I think for now we'll stick here and see what else happens.
Alright, this lovely lady's still busy ruminating, that action of regurgitating the cud, chewing down the material properly, and I want you guys just to watch the motion of that bottom jaw. So bring it around in a circular motion and then back up to the top, and that's a very efficient way in how the teeth are designed to fit into one another, and that's how she breaks down this vegetation to a very, very fine degree that then when she swallows it again, it ends up in the stomach, and where she hosts bacteria in the tummy to break down. I want you guys just to watch the throat. Watch the throat in the middle of the screen. There comes the cud. What? What an amazing thing to see, because on most antelope, obviously the neck is quite short or it's thick, so you don't actually get to see that. But the position that she's in now, with the sunlight being on her left-hand side, you can see that cud come all the way up the throat line, which is pretty incredible. So now she'll eat it. Oh, want to be in picture. So when she swallows it again, the density of the material will allow it to go into another chamber. These animals have 4 chambers within their stomach. They don't have 4 different stomachs, and where these chambers within the stomach play a very important role in how these animals break down and extract all the nutrients that they need from their vegetative matter. Very long neck. I mean, the neck of some individuals can be weighing at up 270 kilograms. It's quite a lot. Largest eyes out of all animals, obviously to see very well, and that elongated, perfectly designed to go into the nooks and crannies of trees. And those long eyelashes that you can see sticking out there quite far from the eye, used as sensory gauges. So that when she's feeding in the bushes, if something comes close to her eye, it's going to touch her eyelash before it actually touches her eye. And that's just a safety aspect to ensure that her eyes is kept safe. A remarkable animal. So feeding-wise, on average, you're looking at about 20-30 kilograms a day. And where giraffe are very selective feeders. They browse. So browsing is the action of an animal eating off of a tree, as in where the height is a big advantage, where this animal is eliminating competition from other browsers.
Beautiful. This group of buffaloes, now they're making their way into this. We got them again. We seems to lost them first time. We went through where we cannot follow through. But, they have moved far already. I think they might reach the dam, Gary Dam, in the next probably half an hour later. This is probably about 30 they're getting into. Since they're still taking these very brown grasses. When we look around them here, there's nothing green in terms of grasses. They do this, they will survive through brown grasses. It's dry, but it's still great for this. And I'm sure we want to know how long they're mating for a buffalo. So same as a regular cow. First things, it seems to be not highly strictly seasonal, and they can breed throughout the year. Possibly, if it's a wet take place, is pretty much nutritious as this female to produce milk for their babies, breed all year round. So, female, she comes on estrus of age or around 5 years. That's the beginning of female produced, and then from there she carry on. So I'm going to take you to another station while I wait for this buffalo to come closer to us.
It's always easy when you're able to follow animals that have a particular defined season, either for breeding, and you can know when they mate, and you can always follow them when they bring down the babies. And for the herbivores we have in Africa, the ones that I've seen, it's easier to follow in that respect, the wildebeest. The wildebeest, we know the time they come in the Masai Mara. We'll always know the time they go to Serengeti in Tanzania, and we actually know in what month they always drop their young ones, which is always the month of February, and it's either the first week of February or the second week of February when they drop about 500 or 600,000 babies. So it's very easy to keep track of animals like that. But now, looking at predators like lions and leopards, it's just very difficult to follow them, because any time of the year, the lions will be mating and they'll be having cubs, leopards the same, cheetahs the same. And I have a little given up this morning looking for Romy, but I've come to another area that I've not been for quite some time, and I'm just here to look for some rhinos, and I want to show you how beautiful I am. And maybe one of the big differences between the Mara and Djuma, if we show you the left, we have different habitats in the Masai Mara as it is in Djuma. One big difference is the openness of the Masai Mara. You can look sometimes a whole 5-10 kilometers straight without what I call visual pollution. If anything, it will just be the vegetation, the grass, the trees, the escarpments, like the Olololo. And of course, if you're lucky in such an area you're looking at, you'd possibly see some either elephants or giraffes, the tall animals like the elephants we saw earlier, rhinos possibly, like what exactly I'm thinking of right now. We have a mother and 2 calves that hang around this particular area. And because we know rhinos, and most of the black rhinos, are very territorial, and I thought we're going to do a big loop around this area and find out if she comes out. It's still not very hot for her to come out. Bianca, good question. And you're asking what happens to the animals, Bianca, when there's drought. Now, most animals will always adapt very quickly, and they'll have to change their feeding habits. And of course, Bianca, it depends on what animal you're talking about. If you look at certain animals like reptiles, like the crocodiles, if there's drought, and for example, the Mara River has no water, we have known crocs will do what we call aestivation. They'll always dig themselves some homes, or they make some nests for themselves on the banks of the river, and they slow down their body processes until it rains and the weather conditions improve and the river starts flowing again. But for the herbivores, either they change their feeding diet from the grass, they start digging roots, and they will survive until the next season. Very, very rarely we see animals dying of drought unless it is very bad. But we've seen animals when there's a big drought and rivers dry, like the Mara River. I'm talking of the amphibians, I'm talking of like the hippos. Hippos definitely are hit hard when the drought is big and there are no water points anywhere in the ecosystem. Well, you keep trying on my black rhinos, and hopefully by the time you see me again, we might have them as we take you to another location.
Here we've got some kudus, our first non-elephant sighting of the day. We did see more elephants, but decided we'd carry on towards these kudus, which have now naturally, as we've joined you, or you've joined us, they've gone behind the bushes. You still see some of them lying down there. Well, there we go. Lovely smell in the air at the moment of petrichor, as the rain slowly, well, pitter-patters out of the ground, which is very pleasant for us. Well, unfortunately, the internet has not managed to figure a way yet for you to be able to smell. I wonder if they'll ever figure that out. They probably will. Smell is still very much an analog thing. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, a bit of discipline being exerted by a cow there. Let me just move back a bit. Or forward. She took exception to the young bull. Or was it the young... No, it was the cow. It was the cow chasing the young bull. So I don't think we're going to get any proper rain. It's just going to be this drizzly stuff on and off throughout the day. But apparently we are due for some weather this week. The whole country's going into something of a late spring freeze. And although there's a bit of rain, you may be able to pick up that the light's got a lot brighter. The cloud cover is not quite as dense as it was earlier this morning. Can you see any kudus left, Niels? Not really. Let me go forward a bit. I can't see through the rain cover that I've put over the screen, so I can't see what Niels can see and what he can't. Ah, there's a little one trying to suckle there. And watching a young herbivore suckle, well, any mammal suckle, mainly any young mammal suckling, but especially the herbivores, that head-butting of the mother always looks dreadfully unfair, incredibly painful. How she stands it, I don't know.
Welcome back to Ambiampand, everyone. We're still with these cheetah, and the games are still going on, but showing signs of slowing down a little bit. They're taking slightly longer and longer rests in between the games and the chasing. But every time one of the cubs thinks it gets the upper hand over the other one, when it has some cover, the other one's not looking in its direction, then it feels like it needs to try to ambush or stalk its sibling. So that one is that one that's just gotten up The other one is laid down just on the other side of a dip, and there we go. Look, he thinks he's going to get him. Hey. Natalie's asking if we have king cheetahs on Phinda, and we actually don't. The king cheetahs are a sort of genetic mutation, and they, going back to the spots that we were talking about earlier, king cheetahs have, some of their spots have merged into the other spots, and so they get these almost like stripes on their pattern as opposed to spots of a normal cheetah. And so you can see them, but as far as I know, they don't do very well out in the wild because of the fact that pattern is slightly different to the normal cheetah pattern, so they don't camouflage or blend in as well. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to shift us a little bit and we'll see if we can get another view of the cheetah. But how awesome is it to watch this? So we'll just find ourselves another little spot quickly. Okay, we're going to sit here for a little bit longer and see what happens, but Mom's just dropped down the bank. You can just see the cub in the background there sitting in the long grass. But yeah, we're not going to go anywhere. Craig and I are just going to sit and enjoy these cheetah for now.
We've stayed here with our kudu cow, long-suffering kudu cow and her calf, and the baby still trying to suckle. And it must be so irritating, because the calf is stuck to her like a magnet, or was. Naturally now moving off. And you know, they're normally really just not very confiding kudus. They don't like to spend time around us. They move away quite quickly, unlike their Nyala and bushbuck relatives, who will habituate quite quickly. Nyala especially. Yes, Anela, you would expect there to be more male kudus, at least female kudus, than males. And this is because the males have a lifespan roughly only half that of the females. So a male kudu normally lives to be between 7 and 8 years, and a female lives to around 14. And they reckon that the reason for that is that the male starts to catch his horns in the bushes as he moves, and it becomes very difficult for him to run away from predators. But they also start to lose condition, the males do, the bulls, once they hit sort of 7 or 8 years old. And it's a very strange phenomenon that I don't think is particularly well understood, because I don't know of another species where the difference is quite so marked. We know that female human beings have a potentially longer lifespan than males, but it's, you know, it's not always the case at all, and it's not nearly as the difference isn't nearly as big. It may well have to do with testosterone, and I think that a lot of testosterone can produce some early effects of aging, I think. It's not always the healthiest hormone. Just interesting there, looking into that little scene of the kudu with the green leaves. This time last year, I don't remember any plants being covered in new, or any bush willows being covered in new foliage yet. But there are a lot of them now. I mean, it stayed clear of green until sort of early November. Well, mid-October, certainly. Oh! Niels, did you see that? There was a red-crested korhaan, which was almost impossible to see on the camera, that did its little suicide display, flew up and then dropped down, and off it went. The kudu didn't see it either. Don't feel bad. Oh, and I can hear more elephants in the background. I'm going to head down towards the waterhole in front of us and see what's down there.
It seems to be like a lion activity this morning. From the male lions that were lazily lying under a tree, we've come across this lioness that is eating a warthog. There were two lionesses. One of them has left the sighting. Because it was a small warthog, they can't really share, even though they come from the same pride. It's too small for them to share. And sometimes when lions are at a kill, they fight over in that kill. So that's our lioness to the back of me. And when lions normally prefer big prey, so when it comes to hunting in a big pride, when they come across something like this, then the one that got the kill will definitely go and eat fast. So that lioness, unfortunately, has not had something to eat, even though they're sisters. That is why lions prefer larger prey, which can really sustain them, especially if it's a big pride. Poor girl. But the other lioness now has got enough energy, and maybe later on in the evening they might try to hunt, or maybe go to a water place where they just decided to go back to join, maybe, and see if she can share whatever has been left. Riley, thank you so much for your question. Lions do get hydration from their kills, really, because especially when they've already brought down a prey, sometimes you see them drinking the blood, which gives them lots of energy just after the hunt. Not only lions, but also other predators. You see them drinking the blood, which gives them hydration and good energy. Now this sister is back. Look at her. She's walking carefully because her sister might not like it, because she definitely don't want to share. That shows you that the sister is not ready to share. So this lion is gonna sit here and we watch what they do. These lions will stay here for a while, and I'm sure the one that has already eaten will just go and take a drink. The other girl, unfortunately, has to wait until their next meal. Who knows, maybe tomorrow or the day after. That was a small warthog, a small meal. I'll only say like a snack for her. By the look of it, it looks like it was a piglet. The reason why you can't see anything left. I can only hear her crashing the bones. Seems like the other one also tried to help or assist, but unfortunately, this other lion was the one that got the prize. Look at how exhausted the second lion looks. These lions come from the Olololo pride. One of the sisters this morning we saw her mating, almost mating rather. We've seen one of the pride males, Olalashe, and we've seen an intruder by the name of Split Nose or Bob Marley. So as the other one has split up to go and mate, these lionesses will carry on with their daily duties to hunt and to take care of the rest of the family. Who knows when will be their next meal? Looks like she's a little bit tired there, but good thing she's under the shade, but still watching around to see if there's possible prey or food. What a nice thing to see here. Remember, we're coming to you live, hashtag Wild Earth. Kids question at wildearth.tv on your YouTube comment section at FC. Please send us your question and we'll always be ready to answer them back. Let's wait here and see what will happen next.
I am in the Maasai Mara of Kenya, and I got an elephant right there. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you live. We'll always request you to ask us questions or you send us comments, and you can do that hashtag World Earth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Well, I was a bit soft because I saw that elephant was coming towards me, but now it has taken a different direction. Now look at her carefully and see how dark she is. This tells you she must have been mud wallowing for a very long time, and it also shows the geology or the soil structure of the Maasai Mara. It's mainly the black cotton soil. She definitely looks different from all the elephants we know, the normal colors of elephants from here in Kenya or in South Africa. And ideally, they will always do that to help cooling off and to take care of their skins. And by so doing, they have an extra layer of mud on their bodies. Ramshama, that's a good question. You're asking whether elephants sleep on their knees. Not sure even whether elephants have knees or not, but they always lie on the side. If you look at the physiology of an elephant and look at its logistics of going down and coming up, it's always very complicated. And knowing that elephants do not jump, they may not sleep on their knees if at all they have any knees. So what they do normally, Ramshama, they always lie on their back. And if you just sneak on them very quietly, you'll always see them lying on their back. And when they are mud wallowing, what happens is they go on their bellies into the paddle, and you'll see them moving like backwards and forwards. But they're not going like to crouch like a cat or any other animal, because I think they're always very uncomfortable. One, because of their big weight, and two, they're huge animals. Look at this one here. She's feeding on that particular spot. And you look carefully, it's a raised spot. And to me, it's either an abandoned termite mound. And look at the quality of the grass there, or the color of the grass there. It's much greener than the surrounding area. Of course, because the termites that were there or were still there, and with all their gardens underground there, it makes that grass very nutritious and very green. And these elephants know this so well. Hello, you see a bit of splash of muddy water on her forehead. Well, I'll spend a few more minutes here with these elephants being my favorite animals, as we take you to another location.
Welcome back to Ambient Pinda, everyone. And we are still with the cheetah, and it looks like there's some zebras arriving on the scene. So it could get quite interesting. The cubs are still playing, but Mom is resting. I don't think she's heard the zebras yet. But if you look at the zebras, they're focused in sort of our direction, and the cubs are between us and the zebra. So we'll see what happens, but maybe the zebras are going to chase the cheetah again like they did yesterday. Here comes the cubs. Yeah. Harlan's asking how big is their territory in Pinda. So I'm assuming the cheetah. The female cheetah are not territorial, so they roam most of Pinda. So we see them shifting their sort of home range. They have that is cool. Amazing how quickly they can just change gears and just go full speed. And now the zebras have spotted the movement, and they're a little bit freaked out. So female cheetah territories are... they don't have territories, they have a home range. And so, like this female... Craig and I were actually chatting about it earlier. She's been in this area for about a week now. And so, unfortunately for us, I think she's going to be shifting again soon. But what they do is, especially what we're seeing on Pinda, is the females, when they give birth, there's a few areas of Pinda where they prefer to den their cubs. And they'll give birth, and then after about 6 to 8 weeks, they will bring the cubs out and then start to move around Pinda with those cubs. And initially they won't move far because obviously the cubs are quite young, and they'll move through the areas that they know are safe. And obviously they will hunt and kill and feed kill for the cubs and feed the cubs. And as they slowly move, and then as the cubs get older and older, they'll start to move further and further across Pinda, and until they've pretty much, and we see it's a pattern that most of the female cheetahs follow on Pinda. They move quite vast distances on Pinda. So to get back to the question about the cheetah's territories, the females don't have territories, but they roam the entire property of Pinda, and that is an area of around about 28,000 hectares. So it's quite a large space that they can cover, but they don't cover it regularly. It takes them a good few months to go through all the areas of Pinda, and there's also areas that they don't cover. So there's certain very, very dense areas that they won't go into, and they sort of skirt around the edges. But for the most part, there are parts of Pinda that the cheetah do move through. The males, on the other hand, hold territories, and their territories are also quite big. I wouldn't say they cover the whole of the reserve, but I'd say a male coalition can occupy a quarter, maybe even up to a half of that size of Pinda. So if you look at where these cheetah are lying, again, when she chooses to rest, she'll always find a slightly elevated area if she's going to lie flat. For the most part this morning, after they moved initially, she's been sitting upright. She hasn't laid down. But now that she's decided she wants to have a little rest, I'm talking about Mom now. She's found a little ridge that she can lie on top of, and that just gives her a little sense of security that she's got her head slightly higher than the grass that's surrounding her, and she's got an opportunity to spot any danger, and she is just keeping an eye on those zebras. But zebras for now seem to have changed their mind. They're just feeding and resting, and Mom and the cubs have also settled down to rest. So I think Craig and I are going to move on from here and see what else we can find.
Here I am reporting from the banks of a waterhole known as Treehouse Dam. It is known as Treehouse Dam because nearby there is a treehouse, where there used to be. Now it's just a couple of sticks that have been nailed into the tree. That is not why I am here. I am here because of this very interesting colour that has bloomed upon the surface of Treehouse Dam. Let's take a closer look. What we have is a bloom of algae, very thick and soupy, with a smell of rotting pea soup. Not very nice. The reason that I decided to actually stop here and have a look at it was because A, it's got a very good colour, and B, because it was a nice segue into the story of the elephants in Botswana, some 330 odd, that have died as a result of some sort of, well, hitherto unknown factor in the waterholes that they died around. Now, it turns out, well, this is what people are saying, that what happened was they were killed by cytotoxins, or various kinds of different toxins, produced by bacteria, cyanobacteria. Now, those cyanobacteria are associated with blue-green algal blooms. Now, I don't know exactly what kind of algal bloom this is, even if it is a blue-green one or just a green one, because they're not actually the same thing. But I just thought it quite interesting that here we have this bloom that is difficult to understand. I mean, I don't know why it's here. It hasn't been particularly hot. It hasn't been wet. Maybe it's the change in temperature. Whatever it is, it's produced this bloom. And this bloom of plant, well, not plant, algae, will produce various kinds of waste products. And in the case of that, or those Botswana elephants, the blue-green algae was associated with the production of a cyanobacteria, which they think was responsible for the deaths of the elephants. No one can explain why it is that only the elephants were killed, or why it is that that cyanobacteria and those algal blooms occurred where they did. Anyway, from the rotting green pea soup smell, we're going to move on to the most glorious smell in the bushveld, and that is, of course, this rather frangipani-smelling gardenia flower. Magnificent. I shall now smell this and look wistfully into the distance.
So in our pursuit looking for these lions, we came across 4 buffalo bulls that are feeding in this particular open grassland. And you'll see the one just decided to go and lie down. Now he's positioned himself where there's some like a small tree in front of him, but you can see on his left or right side, on top of his horn, you'll notice there's a patch missing out of that boss. So that boss is that it looks like that wig or helmet on top of the head. And I wonder what that could have been from. Maybe it could have been from excuse me, it could have been from him fighting with another bull, probably tipped off, maybe ran into a tree as he was chased by possibly lions. I'm not too sure, but there's quite a big chunk that's missing. And I wonder from what that could have been. But basically with these 4 bulls, they can't keep up with the rest of the herd. So basically they join up together because of safety and numbers. And eventually from them, they'll from here head down towards water. So the direction that they are moving is water, but maybe because it's nice and cool, they'll sit down here, maybe bring up everything that they've fed on this morning chew it, and then swallow it again and ruminate. You can see the one that's just lying down. He's not eating anymore, but his mouth is moving. It's hard to see because of that scrub in the middle, but he is definitely ruminating at the moment. And often seeing these old buffalo bulls, especially like we've been talking about lions and looking for lions. Now, sometimes the lions will go, especially if the old bulls are by themselves, will try and hunt them. However, they have to be so careful because these bulls can't necessarily just run away. So whenever there's any danger, they'll immediately turn around and face whatever danger there might be. And imagine, you can see the one at the back, quite a big body, nearly weighing a ton, with a bone-crunching horns with very sharp tips at the end. So a lion has to be so careful because just the slightest miscalculation could mean death. But at the moment, there's nothing around. No tracks, no signs of lions. So these buffalo bulls have probably moved into this area because of all the grass that you can see around them, and eventually head down to the water. Rwanda, with a buffalo, if it is angry, they'll often pick up their head. And what they do is they pick up their head quite high, and then they'll stare wherever, let's say, if we are the danger, then they'll pick up their head and they'll stare directly at us. And then sometimes they'll give these short sniffs like while looking at us, and then even turn their head sideways. But you can see for him, he's just looking around to see what's making the noise, like keeping his head down. Look at how even the top of his horns are curling backwards. Now, often when buffalo feed, because they feed on so much grass, they basically lick the grass into their mouth and then break it off. So have a look now when he picks up his head. So it's just tongue using it and doing these sideways sweeps, and then licking all those grass into its mouth, and then from there on biting it and then pulling it. See those little pulls with his head? And even look at his horn, you'll notice there's a lot of what looks like the bark of trees on top of his head. And that might have been even as he was feeding under a bush, might have even pushed the bush a little bit, or as he had an itch behind his horns, probably from ticks, he could have rubbed his head up against a tree. But definitely the one animal that I have probably the most respect for when it comes to walking in the bush. But I'm sure they're not going to be heading anywhere pretty soon. You can see the one has already started to lie down, so the others might join soon for that.
Back to our lions. The lioness to the right has had so much. See how she's panting, while the other one has not got anything at all. Seems like it was not a good morning for her. But well, it's called nature. Now, it's time to rest. But you can see the lion to the left. It's very much like alert, semi-alert, maybe wanting to go for something. Well, after this lion finished eating, the other lioness went and nibbled on the bones. I think this will prompt them maybe to go and drink some water. But I reckon that was only a snack. This is not an enough meal for them to spend maybe 2 or 3 days, because a big meal, if it's a buffalo, wildebeest or zebra, can sustain them for maybe a week, if they only the two of them. It's hot here. Most of the game has gone further to the river, so I'm expecting that these lions will also do the move. We find sometimes when the herds around, or maybe walking towards different area within the pride territory, these lions move with the herds. Now, lions occupy the core areas of the territory or the pride area where there's adequate water enough supply of food. And sometimes because of climatic conditions, these lions have to move from one area to another in search of food. And sometimes they even cross over to other lions' territory. And if that happens, it's going to be a clash. So as we wait for these lions to chill out here, we're going to stand you over to another safari vehicle.
Oh my, wait, look at these two champs here, just having their morning drink. We are right here at one of our famous, well-known dam, leopard dam, with these two ellies. It's quite windy. I'm sure you can see the leaves as well on the screen, like, just, flying past. Just a very chilled morning we're having this side in the African bush. You can see the other one is trying to nibble, just right standing there, nibble on the tamboti tree with the new shoots. And now it's moving. So the water doesn't really look that clean. I don't think I'll drink this water on a normal circumstances, but if I have to survive in the bush, then that's when I will maybe drink this water. But it's incredible how these animals still find, such source useful. You can also see they're trying to feel or smell with the trunk whether it's the right place to drink. It's similar behavior that we saw this morning as well with the other herd that we had earlier on at Tswalu Dam. Like, elephant just walking around the dam and tasting and feeling the water and drink maybe 2 scoops and then move to the other side. Milo, so one thing that really amazes me or I like about this animal is just everything to do with elephant, especially their senses and memory. That's something that it's just very, very special. I really love that. How they walk. If you look at an elephant, it's such a big animal. But when they're walking in the bush, I can tell you, most of the time, if they're not feeding or not doing something, then you won't hear these animals. So, such a beautiful animal. Yeah. So you can see, it seems like they want to hold hands and drink together. And I'm just going to chill here. We're just going to chill here and see if other animals also come and drink.
Norman, a very big high five from Kenya, talking all the good things about elephants. And I think we have a commonality, me and Norman, loving these huge mammals. I also got my elephants here in this natural hole where we got some hippos inside. I remember the last time I was in Juma in one dam, I think it's called Bofosok. I saw some hippos just like here, where we got those 2 hippos, and an elephant came in, and the hippo straight away shot out of the water, and it allowed the elephant to swim and drink the water. Got 2 bulls there, and earlier they were drinking the water. Then they came out, and they're just on the side of that, or of this dam right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a morning it has been, what a drive it has been. We want to thank all of you for all your questions and for all your comments. And I'm sure you're going or we're requesting to join us again this afternoon, 1600 hours East African time, 1500 hours Central African time. From all of us, many thanks for joining, and from everybody, thank you and goodbye.
Live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.